And we're back for day 2 of the Denver Megacity 2025. Right now we are cutting to the top 8. On screen we have a Ryan B. Sorry, that's not correct. We have Richard, also known as Limes, former world champion here, playing against Justin, also known as Neuralshock. We have a Sable versus BTL matchup lined up here for us. We'll get the information on screen here in a second. Right now, they are checking each other's deck list. This is entirely illegal. Once you get into a top 8 cut, you're allowed to look at the other person's deck before you start the game. You cannot look at the deck list during.
And we just had timer begin.
Alright, looks like we're off to the races here. Seems Justin is taking a mulligan here. We have not seen Justin's Sable list perform on stream yet, so I'm very interested to see what this looks like, especially against Lime's BTL here.
And Lime's there with the choice of which side to play because he was the higher seed. He knew he was going into Sable, so we assume that he's going to be pretty confident in this matchup.
All right, placing the first advancement counter here, triggering the infinite money glitch. Looks like we're drawing for turn. Sure gamble, get some bucks.
Gotta have them.
Gotta have them. Especially in this matchup. Ice is going to be so expensive to break. Making a run on R&D, it looks like. Alright, nothing there. I did not catch what the mark was on Sable during beginning of turn, but I'm assuming it was HQ, considering he didn't get his click back. Melandrogen here, nice. Will come in handy later on.
Yeah, do we know what Neuralshock is using to do marks?
I'm not sure. I do know in the past he's used a special die that he's bought. Back to Richard here, making some adjustments. BTL type 40 card list or 44 card list, meaning low agenda count, is going to make it a little bit harder for Justin to find agendas here. Icing up R&D.
What's Lime's game plan going to be here?
I'm assuming get set up and then go slow, take your time.
He does have the one of clearinghouse in here for some of that damage.
That is scary. It does, trigger BTL, giving you the necessary money. Lie low first and second click here. Drawing up to 4 cards. Oh, determining the market now. Looks like headquarters.
You're not trying to control the area, you're trying to be aligned with the faction that controls the area.
In HQ, that first ice that Limes put down, wonder if that was an ice of opportunity, the only one in the hand, or if he chose that one specifically for HQ.
Yeah, I mean, it is important, if you see blue across the table, you should ice HQ. These transfer of wealths can be brutal, and they can set up the rest of the game or set up the tempo for the rest of the game. Taking his time to pick what to pitch for the end of turn.
Are you doing the ONR draft?
Still working on his last click, it sounds like.
Oh, I see. Reading through Melandrogen here.
I don't think we're getting any. I mean, you can always drop if someone comes in. Yeah, he's judging all day. So we're basically on this side.
For the top 8, it is double elimination. That means you have 2 games that you can lose before you're completely out of the tournament. It is bracket style formatting, as opposed to the Swiss that is usually done for regular tournaments.
And we'll try to get you a bracket up on stream in between matches, just so that you can visualize that more easily. Neuralshock playing a class act last click and getting those end of turn draws.
Class Act, very, very powerful resource. Being able to not only filter your cards, but also gain a burst of draw post your discard phase, meaning you don't have to pitch the cards that you draw. So,
Worth every one of those 4 credits early in the game, especially.
yes, it is. Looks like we got HQ again. I'm curious if he's going to try to break in here. Carpe Diem making some money.
And he's got the option of making that run on HQ now off of the Carpe Diem. Looks like he's not going to take that.
That happens a lot with that card, right? Sometimes you just take your money and leave. No reason to take a run. No reason to risk it. Kurapira here. Okay, so that's a very good breaker into this format because this deck tends to play a lot of barriers. Kurapira, as it reads, for every time you fully break a barrier with this icebreaker, you put a counter on it, and then when you encounter a barrier, you can remove counters, 3 counters to bypass. Carpe Diem again, running into a logjam here. Wow, okay, so that's not one that you want to see, but not too brutal. Mainly just going to end the run here.
Giving Rich a few credits that he probably doesn't need at this point, but
yeah, just a handful of credits here. Decided not to break, just bounced off of it.
That's the other half of it. That's true. That's true. It does have that. In the 4-player thing, you might be able to remove the commander. That's true. Very true.
Taking his last click here, thinking about it.
And Kurapira there, I think, only would have been 3 to break, but when you're at 6 credits, that 3 is a tough choice.
It is. Playing a Shibboleth here. Got 2/3 of his breaking rig set up.
First class curve.
Okay, got to install an ice here. And an advancement. Getting his BTL bucks. Looks like HQ again. Wow, that guy is playing favorites.
Has it done anything except HQ this game?
It has not. It has been HQ for every roll. Curious if he's trying to figure out how he's going to get through this logjam here. He has the potential for breaking here with the money on the table.
And that logjam now 5 to get through with Kurapira, I think.
Well, we played Arcs once, but they're just not in the area.
Here comes the transfer of wealth.
They'd rather just play a trick taker than play a trick taker that beats more.
And getting his Sable click back. Taking that tag.
All right.
And Rich, still rich. Limes, still at 13 credits here.
Choosing to go for the die, not the soul read. And a steal. Orbital superiority. That is a little spooky to see. But from our end, it looks like might not be playing multiples of this card.
And it looks like Rich has 2, or Limes has 2 end of the lines to capitalize on that.
Alright, we got first blood here. Moving on with his turn, doing a lie low. Drawing 4 cards. Okay. He does get to look at 5, I believe. Bottom 1. And then put the rest into his hand thanks to Class Act. We did see a deep dive there, which makes things a little bit interesting.
At the start of the round, you can decide you start with it. So either this side or you can
Alright, plenty of cards, 2 clicks.
Then when it's so if I go first, I could just play a single card, and it's a 2, and then you're
Taking his time here. They have more than enough time. No time has been called. Timer just started. They get plenty of space to work with.
And now you would go and you have to play a higher set, either 2/5, 2 6s, 2 7s, or you can take a different.
Neuralshock, they're checking the deck list.
Yeah, and I do want to correct myself from earlier. You can check deck lists during the game. That was my mistake. Which does limit a little bit of the surprises, like that might be seeing play, like clearing house. To plan around things like bite. You have a little bit more knowledge of your threats.
And then it's effectively passing the scale. So you would still have to keep going until
Another transfer of wealth here. Seeing a tree line, making the money again. Removing a tag. He is floating a tag when passing the turn. I think that Neuralshock here has enough cards to survive an end of the line. But you never really want to risk that, do you?
And then after scouting,
Yeah, and I wonder if that was Neuralshock checking for the end of the line in the deck list.
Yeah. Seems he, to the end of turn, pitched a maintenance access. Probably doesn't plan on using it. Archives has been iced up. Also, trolls have some form of protection.
yeah. It's a circular
Do have an anthill excavation in the list, which we saw doing a lot of work at in the other BTL list that was being played yesterday.
Yeah, we have seen a lot of that. And Lime's taking a look at Neuralshock's heap there. Getting rid of the class act to the tag.
Rolling again, R&D, okay, so there is another side to that die. It does not just say HQ all the way through.
And we may have our first opportunity, or our second opportunity, to see some of that ice that Lime's laid down early on.
He has invested into it. He has an advancement counter on it currently. Taking our first click here, we are playing what looks like a Bravado.
Yep. So we're bravadoing the remote here to get rid of that anthill excavation contract, and seeing another log jam.
All right.
And that log jam gaining a couple of advancement counters. So Kurapira requires 5 to break. Neuralshock's only got 1 credit there, so he just takes the credits off of the bravado run.
The only way you can do that is if there's directly.
Limes is playing 3 logjam in this list, so I'm curious what's protecting R&D. I'm not saying that that's the third one, but
So I can get rid of the 7. I can play both.
I'm eyeballing that spin doctor that Lime's got out. He's only got 2 things in archives right now. Wonder if it would be good to try to challenge that before there's too much of value in archives, or whether it slows Neuralshock down too much to challenge it.
taking a credit here. Removing the tag, perfectly valid. And passing on to Limes here, cashing out that anthill excavation for the last of its value. Taking cards here.
If you calculate, you must scout.
Oh, that's the. When you play cards that are higher, you take the previous cards, and those are going to be points at the end of the round. And then once one person runs out of cards, that's the end of the round, and it's negative points for everybody.
Lime's checking out that hand.
Icing up HQ again. I think 2 transfer vaults was too many for him. Probably trying to bubble him out a little bit more. Taking a draw here.
So I can start. I'll just play it.
And does a pair of lines be denied?
No, you have to match the style.
Now, do we take that extra protection over HQ as an indication that Limes has some agendas in hand, or is he bluffing there?
It's possible he's just trying to keep him out because he's playing a criminal list, right? But I wouldn't be too surprised if he has a handful of agendas, right? We haven't seen any besides the orbital superiority since the beginning of the game. Taking a look here, does look like he has 2 or 3 agendas in hand. Pitching to end of turn, we're going to see R&D as the mark.
So the die on Neuralshock's side now shifted from HQ to R&D for every roll.
Yes, it did. Oh, he did draw another transfer of wealth, but I don't think he could bust through yet.
Well,
Like,
I
I
used
played
one.
Okay, so if I played 1, 2, 3, you can play 2, 3, 4.
Lime's crucially not advancing that second piece of ice in front of HQ. It looks like he could probably use the money at this point, but
Potentially not advanceable ice. BTL does still play some
So 1, 2, 3.
some non-advanceables, especially with the current rotation or the past rotation of Ice Wall, having left the format. Getting the Swift down, nice. We're going to see a lot of extra clicks this game.
I think Neuralshock may have 2 full sets of those click counters ready for this match.
The numbers don't matter, it's just per card.
Oh, per card, got it.
I can't beat that, so I need to...
Alright, installing something behind the 6-time advanced logjam here and putting an advancement counter on it, getting some money back for that. Last click here, making $1. Passing back, and we roll archives for the first time in the whole game.
And it's still the same.
That remote logjam now costing what, 9, 8 for Neuralshock to go through with Propura?
It is a lot. Might be worth building those power counters on Kurapira before you attack that logjam.
Boomerang.
What do we have here? Boomerang. Very nice. Putting a boomerang on the blank piece of ice in front of HQ. Then hitting the transfer of wealth. Alright, we are going for it. Swift does get you an extra click.
Neuralshock really pressuring Limes' economy here. Much more used to seeing BTL with a bigger pile of credits than what we're seeing.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that he's sub 15 credits is unusual for,
Right, yeah.
for a BTL list.
No res,
res continue.
nice.
Using Melander's Gem to get through it. It is low strength enough. Accessing 1, stealing $3, making 6 out of that. Got 5 cards to look at here. No multi-access as of yet. Rolling for it. Rolling for it. And we
Seeing
find
another
another
logjam.
logjam. So at least we know that's not the one in R&D.
And then this is the new thing. You can't beat it, it's the same thing. So now it's just a 4. Yeah.
And Limes there checking his credits and removing those 3 that he needed to remove earlier. But at least he has to know now that there are no more transfers of wealth that he has to worry about.
Taking a draw here. Take a click here to remove the tag. Seems smart.
It looked like Neuralshock, they're drawing a deep dive.
And then every time you scout, you get one of these, which is also so you're trying to take multiple cards. Taking a single card is the same as scouting.
Back to Limes here. Finishing and advancing an AZEF protocol, pitching the Spin Doctor in order to deal the damage.
Because
Taking 2 net damage here, we reveal a deep dive and another boomerang. Ouch, rough hits. So currently we are 2-2, tied up for points. There's 2 more agendas inside of Rich's hand. Justin has been very aggressive with HQ, and he rolls R&D on the mark card.
I either need
And while we think here, I think it's worth mentioning again a big shout out to Lucifer for organizing, to Wigglestick for organizing this tournament, and to everybody else who's contributed something to make this event happen here in Colorado at the Wizard's Chest. It's been fantastic. We had a bunch of people here yesterday. We're having this amazing top cut that I'm really looking forward to seeing go through. But a lot of people have gotten us to where we are.
That's right. It's been a lot of work put into this, and we appreciate the approval from the side of Null Signal Games as well for giving this the ability to do this.
Absolutely,
in the first place.
Yeah. And Neuralshock here seeing the ice there off of R&D. Getting an access, that stays.
Does get an extra click from the Sable ID ability. So far he has had entrance into R&D. Going to take a run into archives here. I think he's going for the deep dive.
for the deep dive.
Alright, giving him access. Looks like a fly swatter and that other log jam. No agendas. Now, I assume here he's going to push into HQ. Yes, he is.
Here we go.
Okay. Now, Deep Dive is an incredibly powerful card, especially with an extra click available. This gives you ability to access 2 cards. He could win the game off of this, if he gets lucky.
And popping the Melandra gem to...
Okay. What do we res here, or do we access here? Score! Alright, Orbital Superiority. So there is 2 Orbital Superiorities in the list. And here comes the Deep Dive. Okay, does he win here? He does have an extra click, so we're looking 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 1, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Oh. So he is at 6 points here. Does he take access of anything else? It could potentially be worth it to access the measured response, but I don't think he uses the extra click for anything. Lets him shuffle it all away. We are very close here. 6-2.
Lime's got to be breathing a little bit easier after that, 1 agenda out of 8 access or 8 cards there. But now shuffling it back up, so it could just be 3 more agendas on top now. And Neuralshock there getting some more clicks. His turn's not over.
Yep. Taking another click from the Swift after playing a Carpe Diem. I don't think he makes a run here off of Carpe Diem, but we've yet to see. Oh, he is making the run. Okay, we were going for it, folks.
And Lime's here with only 5 credits. He did not res that extra ice over HQ. Potentially got some expensive ice out there that he just can't res, thanks to all of those transfer of wealths.
Clicking to draw here. So chose not to run R&D after all. Did you happen to see how many cards that Justin currently has in hand?
I did not. I think it's low, though, 2 or 3.
Measured response. So he's going to pay the 8. So this is a value measured
I've never
response.
seen before, and I was so curious. So that's cool. So this is like a big tournament. That's awesome.
Drawing for turn here. We're back over.
No, that's so cool, though. Yeah.
Or sorry, clicking to draw. We are hitting HQ.
Okay. We're gonna be here all day.
Playing a Blueberry Diesel. This card has not seen a lot of play historically, but it's cool to see that it's with the other draw that it has to compete with. It's not looking so bad. Post rotation.
I do love to see a Blueberry Diesel in the mixed one sometimes.
Yeah, decent card selection.
Actually, because I buy Richard Garfield after Magic.
Oh wow, yeah, I love the aesthetic of these cards.
This is the old one.
Okay.
And so for nostalgia purposes, if we get enough people, we might try to do a little ONR original Netrunner draft.
Drawing here for click 2, click 3, and 4. Looks like he's trying to load up on credits. Justin can just take his time here. He is very ahead on points. He has gained point and has his rig mostly set up. So maybe just taking a couple turns to set up, get your money back, and then make another strong run.
Now, if you're Limes, how do you plan on coming back from this?
Well, it's probably important to try and fish for your ice, or maybe invest into advancing. But currently, we're just going to see how it plays out. Taking his time here. He does understand that he is far behind. All right, pitching a card. Archives. So take a click, take a card. Looks like a clean getaway in hand now. Click 3, take $1. Click 3, sure gamble. What do we do with this click 4 here?
Gain a credit.
Gain $1?
Might as well.
Get your money up?
When you're a criminal and you've got more money than built to last, it's a good day, right?
Yeah, it's not something you see every day, right? Usually the criminal economy card is the action, the basic action card. Spin Doctor here, taking 2 cards.
Like you said, probably digging for that extra ice that he needs to protect, but installing into a remote server.
Yeah, it is a fairly well protected remote server.
It's a big logjam for sure.
Yeah. Taking a card here.
Yeah, both me and Paul got the rundown. I got it.
Okay. Sure gamble.
I took some notes as well.
Wow, this is a rich runner today.
Yeah.
And then each player gets like a starter set, essentially. It has...
Drawing another card here, third click. Looks like an info bounty.
And then the runner starter
And fourth click, we are installing a revolver. It's a nice revolver. Nice all-tart revolver here. Loading it up with bullets and passing on to Limes. Taking a card here. He did res an anthill excavation behind the logjam, so that should get him value for a couple more turns.
Now, holding on to those agendas, with no way to feel confident that Neuralshock can't just bypass the logjam instead of breaking it the legitimate way.
Yeah, and we still don't know what is underneath that boomerang currently.
Another ice in that advancement counter, so that server looking pretty nice for agendas coming up here.
Yeah, setting up to have protected agendas at the least. Headquarters a little bit easier to get into currently, and rolling headquarters. Taking a click to draw here. Looks like a backstitching. Second click, we draw another card. Ooh, there's a
Seeing
deep
that
dive.
second deep dive.
So we're going to get 3 packs each, one at a time. So, and we're going to do all the
Okay,
rounds.
backstitching.
So we can do...
Paying the 2.
So we just each get 1 pack. Yeah, per pack. So 1 pack. So this game is a lot more nasty on damage. There's a lot of damage. You can easily die to just take that damage. There are no barriers. They're called walls.
Okay.
Not barriers.
Fourth click here.
Different on servers. They're not
Thinking about it. We take $1. All's fair. Passing back over to Limes. Getting some money here from Anthill Excavation. Getting the last of its value, getting a card out of it, then drawing for turn.
I'm sure, Neuralshock setting up for that deep dive, but there are 4 agendas showing. There are only 4 more agendas hidden. We know most of them are in Limes' hand, so that deep dive maybe not going to provide as much value as Neuralshock might think.
No, maybe not.
and then it's a blind bid.
Oh, we're doing some touch-ups here, so let's look at the hand. Touch-ups here probably means deep dive is gone. If I see my opponent's hand and I have something to shuffle back, yep, get it out of here.
Whatever it is, that's their max.
Clean getaway 2, so let's take a run of it and let's take a deep dive. Mistakenly threw them in the bin, but they do get shuffled back into the deck. There is hope of seeing them again.
We'll drop left and right.
I don't think Justin touched any cards last turn, so I don't believe there is a kill setup here off of touch-ups, so it is just value.
10 minutes left in the round.
It's into the week.
Yeah, it's been really like therapeutic, especially with all the.
I think it's just order.
Rolling here, let's roll for HQ. There is still some danger in HQ. Let's see if he chooses to try to break through. Drawing. What do we do here?
But no, it works.
Maybe thinking about running that clean getaway. Currently has his entire icebreaker set up. Has his gun, has his shibboleth, has his guy.
Yeah, I feel like Neuralshock is in a good position right now. He just needs to keep playing.
All right, taking the credit, not making the run here. Interesting. Playing it slow, playing it patient. Time was called for 10 minutes a couple seconds ago. So he does have some time to work with.
And over to Limes, who's examining Neuralshock's deck list.
Maybe counting the deep dives.
Yeah, certainly could be counting the deep dives. And a tree line for some of those advancement counters. Make that logjam even beefier. It's got 9 counters on it now. Strength 9, so it costs 11 for Kurapura to break.
So he's not getting through that, right? I wouldn't even want to. We're rolling HQ again. This die is begging you to run the hand. And Justin's list is on 3 deep dive. He does have a backstitching, a boomerang, and the money to break through.
Yeah, could easily get into HQ at this point. But as far as I can tell, no multi-access for HQ, right?
Not at all.
I already the first couple of rounds. Yeah.
Taking his time here.
Yeah. I put that in front because
I guess stealing is called liberating.
yes. It's kind of funny because
So taking your first click here, clean getaway, headquarters. All right, we're doing it. Justin does get a click back from the Swift. All right, so we are resing an Afshar. So yeah, we're going to take the boomerang off. And paying through the logjam. Taking an access here.
Backstitching
Or no, we are
bypass on the
backstitching
logjam.
bypass on the logjam. Okay. He has a chance to win this right here. There is an agenda in hand. So what are we looking at? Rolling a die here. 2. Oh, and he whiffs. Does get a click.
Yeah, he's still got more options this turn.
Yeah, he does come out click positive from this. I'm curious if he missed it.
If you have to like pay for something, you have to do it and except for actions. If like say purging batteries costs 3, or something else costs 2 actions, You can do that as your very last action, and it will, those actions will roll over. So you can purge virus counters as your last, and it will cost you 2 actions.
Clicking to draw here.
Yes, just keep going.
Clicking to draw again. I'm curious what he's fishing for.
That deck is getting rather thin.
Yeah, not a lot of options left. Clicking to draw again. There's a boomerang. And taking the last click to install a class act. Okay, paying the money out of it. He's
really fishing for something.
Yeah, there's probably digging for that deep dive. And it looks like he found it. He did miss an extra click, but that is an easy misplay to make. There's just so many triggers going on whenever you play run event here. Doing touch-ups, and the deep dive's gone. Putting 2 advancement counters, shuffling away.
And just when Neuralshock thought he'd gotten it back.
Yeah. And what are we picking here? Taking the bravado potentially.
Taking the bravado.
All right. Bravado and deep dive back into the deck. A little bit of a double-sided bluff here because Rich knows that the agendas are out.
Yeah,
Right.
and certainly that Estebrado is more of a threat right now than the bravado is.
And then, you know what I'm curious about? What's underneath there now? 6 advancement counters. That smells to me like a
Clearinghouse. Yep.
Yeah. I am curious if Justin knows that it's a clearinghouse too, because of the 6 advancement counters, and was why he played the
class act. Yep.
Running R&D here, or sorry, your mark is R&D here. Click. Play Melandrogem. Load some counters on it. Curious to see what Justin does here, because the threat of death is here.
Neuralshock just has to choose the right server.
Running the remote.
Here we go.
So he smelt it. We smelt it. Clearinghouse is live. Okay. First piece of ice. Deciding to res a. I'm not sure what that is.
Is that a Silendra?
I think so. I believe it is the Silendra.
And bypassing the log jam.
And there's the clearinghouse. Okay, paying the money to trash it, of course. I was a little worried there. I thought he was gonna pop that off.
It was well played by Neuralshock with the class act there.
Yeah, I mean, once that 6 counter comes on, there's no debate on what it is, right?
Yep.
Getting some of his money back.
It occurs to me the class act was probably what he was digging for there once he saw the 6th advancement counter.
Probably so. Estebrado here.
R&D.
What do we see? What do we look at? Get a click back. Get 2 clicks back. Nothing. Well, we kind of expected that, didn't we?
Right.
Two clicks to work with. Curious if you just try to make cash and pass on.
In Neuralshock now, I think empty on credits.
Yeah, and looking here at Lime's hand, it looks like there's one agenda. It is a 3-pointer. Drawing for turn here. Stall. Advance. Get some money.
You can lose actually like
That is a Basalt Spire in hand. I am not sure what he just installed. Potentially just what he drew.
Yeah, it looked like the first card in hand, so probably what he drew.
Advancing again. So we're at 2 advancement counters. We're looking at HQ here in terms of mark.
Time in the round just called. And I don't think that this is within Lime's reach anymore.
I don't think so either. He does see the deep dive again, but I don't know how much of use that's going to be, so he's going to throw it away here. Just pitch it to bottom. With time on the round, he did draw a class act, so $2, and then get a class act down to give your hand a buffer. Alright, yep, that's a lot of HP. I believe this game might be a lock. All
And
right,
the
they're
good
shaking
game offered.
hands. Great game, guys. Showing off his hand here. It looks like an anthill excavation, end of the line, basalt spire, predictive planogram, and something else.
It was a lot of fun to watch. And that concludes round 1 of our top cut. We'll be back with you in just a few minutes with round 2.
Yeah, congratulations to Justin. We'll see you soon. And we are back for round 2. Right now we got Zay here on AU Co versus Helopix, who's playing Neusha Sable Sintashta. Currently we are looking at each other's deck lists, but it has been determined who is corping and who is running. Usually the higher seed gets to pick which side he wants to play, either on comfortability or on how they feel the matchup lines up against their opponent. Paper deck list being skimmed now. We will have some on the commentation side, so we will know a little bit of what they will be playing. My partner Fyridian here will have Zay's list pulled up, and I will try and have Helopix's.
Yeah, so we're looking at an AU Co list that I think is similar than a lot of those that similar to a lot of those that we've seen on stream the last day. Some Sting, some Bite, the new dangerous asset.
Yeah, it is a direct replacement, aside from some swapped words for for snare. I'm interested to see how this AU Co list performs.
And Helopix is going to have to play a careful game, doing those accesses on the centrals that Sable wants to do. Not to pull too many of the Stings or the Bites or the Fujis all at once.
Alright, cutting here, and looks like we're off to the races. Alright, taking some time to think about Keeper Mole here.
Now, if you're playing these decks, what are you looking for in that starting hand?
Well, I probably want some card draw on the side of Helopix here. I want to be very careful with my runs. Alright, we're shaking to start. Here on the AU side, I probably want to lock up centrals, prevent anything scary happening, like a deep dive early on, or anything of the sort.
And obviously, both players seeing something they're okay with, so no mulligans.
All right, counter on the AU Co early with a hand side review. That is click 1. Click 2, we are installing over headquarters. Smart thing to see when you see blue on the other side of the table.
We've seen Transfer Wealth doing a lot of work in the last round.
Yes, we did. Another ice over R&D and passing on, determining the mark here.
And it looks like 1-2 for Archives, 3-4 for R&D, and 5-6 for HQ.
Taking a draw here. Playing an info bounty.
That's going to provide that value when Helopix wants to run Archives and just maybe see that card that Zay trashed.
And then a clean getaway here on Archives.
There's the Fuji asset retrieval to start out.
All right. So 3 points here for Helopix.
Chesva and a Boomerang going away there.
Clean getaway and info bounty. Get money for each of those. An extra click from Neusha. I like these little gold nuggets that Helopix is using.
I like how he's placed them right onto the chest armor of the person on the playmat here too.
Yeah, I believe this is a Legend of Five Rings. I believe the game is called. Is a different LCG. I'm not sure if it's still in production, but it was very popular in its time. Here's Class Act.
plenty of credits to play that class act, thanks to the last click there.
And after taking the Fuji damage, I don't blame him for wanting to. Alright, bottoming 1 here. Taking the last click.
And Helopix just counting up his clicks there. He had plenty of them.
He does get 4 cards here, I believe, from Class Act. Yep.
Say processing that. That's an AUCO trigger, right?
Yeah, correct. There's taking time with the AUCO trigger. And I think we were talking about this a lot yesterday. Once you get that first AUCO trigger, it just snowballs and you just get them over and over again once you see the cards that trigger it more. Installing ice on our new remote. Installing something face down on that remote. We are installing another here, resing a FUT, putting a power counter on it, and passing back to Helopix. Rolling a 3, that means R&D. Alright, so Mark is on R&D. Putting the money from Info Bounty as a reminder here.
FUT, a card that we've seen a lot of. It really messes up my searching it up to put on stream here, but
Yes, it does.
lots of other reasons to like it.
And a very popular card over the last 2 days here. It serves as almost an asset replacement to PE, a rotated ID from the last format, being able to punish a score or steal. Taking a card here, bottom 1, draw the other. Slanting the Class Act sideways to mark that it has been triggered already.
And plenty of options now in the grip. So Helopix taking time to choose a boomerang.
All right, boomerang on what looks to be R&D. Then clicking here, paying $1 for Carpe Diem, getting $4 back, and making the run on the mark. Resing an Anemone, not bad.
How many cards are you getting?
And pitch a card here, which powers AU, which does 2 damage, which also powers AU. So that's 2 counters already. Here's the subroutine. Question is, does Helopix take the subroutine, or does he use the boomerang to get through it and then shuffle the boomerang back into the deck? So he's going to use the boomerang, he's going to prevent the net damage. Accessing 1 card and getting a click back. Looks like a Charlotte here. These Charlottes made by Justin Heckel, aka Neuralshock.
Yep. And Helopix choosing to trash that Charlotte. That certainly would have been my choice.
Me too. That card, if it gets to sit on the table, it just recurs so much value. It's a very scary card. Taking a click to draw here. Taking the last click to draw here.
I have 24, but I've already picked from my
And passing on to Zay here.
Who runs a cohort guidance program. Another card that we've seen a lot of in AUCO.
Cashing in the counters here.
So
I just
one,
said,
and I'm about to pass you a pack of 6. Yeah, so one more card would be in this bag.
because you guys are like,
Pitching 1, putting the 2 to hand,
Passing 6.
and then drawing for turn.
And getting some love for Zay here in YouTube chat.
yeah, I probably had
This is the first time we've seen both Zay and Helopix on the stream. Both of them making it to the top 8 pretty solidly yesterday.
install and passing back to Helopix, it looks like. Putting a power counter on that foot. Alright, so you take the time to determine the mark here. Looks like it is archives. It's not always the strongest option to roll on a mark, but it's bound to happen 1/3 of the time, right?
Yeah. Have we seen anything other than archives rolled this game?
Not yet. Well, no, we saw R&D last.
We saw R&D. Okay. So this die being a little bit more
more generous than the last.
Would anybody pick a single drop voluntarily all game?
Single what?
Drop.
No.
I did get the first one.
Alright, taking the first click here. What are we doing?
And that was indicating that first draw click, I think, with the class act.
Mm-hmm.
And
Oh, there was a missed boomerang trigger, I think. Boomerang does shuffle itself back on success, and it was used during a successful run last turn. Putting the money on info bounty just as a reminder here. Taking his time to think about this. These more like reg Neusha lists can be very difficult to play. Doing Bahia bans on archives here, so he's trying to Bahia bans the mark. What it looks like a Tatu Bola, so it will just bounce off.
this the one Bahia bans in Heliopolix's deck. Now dead.
Yeah. Helopix did put his hand out expecting damage just to see the spaghetti Tatubola.
I went for an Estebrado compilation doctrine abroad, and my mom is just like, already, like, giving up.
Sure gamble here, try to get some of the economy back. The Tatubola on stream was the regular Tatubola. This is an alt art from, I believe, the Run Together pack of alt arts.
Run together a pack of alt arts that helps people who otherwise might not be able to afford it go to Netrunner Worlds, which this year is late October in Edinburgh, Scotland. I'm hoping to make it and hoping to see some other folks there.
Yeah. If you feel like funding my trip to Scotland, feel free to buy one of those Run Together packs. Alright, taking some time to think about the turn here. Looks like 4 cards in hand from Helopix. Reading through the list here, might be fishing for something, maybe a surprise. I don't believe that Helopix has anything too crazy. There's no deep dives or anything of the sort. It is a different type of list from the last Neusha list we saw.
I know. Well, that's why I was. Dude, the art is so sick.
So wild.
Passing the list back.
Oh yeah. And like some of these remind me like Seafood.
Oh shit. Yeah.
So, spending some credits here.
No. No. Like the reboot that.
Or breaking apart credits.
Yeah.
Installing.
Which I never.
Playing a touch-ups. Okay, so let's look at the hand. This, I believe, is the second click. And third click. Touch-ups is a double.
And a judge call happening here, just to confirm what can be done after touch-ups resolves. Naming event.
Okay. It looks like a whiff on events. So we have hardware and 3 resources here.
It's one of the 2 kinds of fractals. noisy ones are like cameras and drills and stuff like that.
Oh, clever.
And then there's like certain cards that we only spend credits. They have credits, but we can only spend it for 9.
Advancement counters going on the recently installed card here. Resing a moon pool.
It's anti-stealth, I guess.
So we are going to crack the moon pool immediately. Going to pitch a card. Going to reveal 1. 2 agendas here, a Blood of the Water and a See How They Run. To score out a Sting, which is going to deal a damage here, on top of the FUT.
Someone really passed that along.
Right, exactly. Yeah, I know, I saw that. I was like, how common are those? I have no idea.
3 net damage here.
Yep.
And getting that egg counter. And seeing Lucifer, our judge's hands here, our judge and tournament organizer.
Looks like some clarification here. So net damage.
What? That's it is. Dude, he did it. I like this.
I'm not really.
I believe that is
And Zay and Helopix discussing how hitting that single twinning in Helopix's deck is a big hit.
all right. Giving a little bit of information here, but they're free to discuss whatever they wish. So that was 4 net damage. I believe that was the entire hand.
Yeah.
Taking a read through the AU co-list here. We are 3-1 on points, but that was a lot of value taken away from Helopix. So we'll see how this goes. Zay earlier was claiming that this is a honest and scoring AU deck list, which we are seeing here by FUT Touch-Up Sting. And the interesting part is, if she hadn't whiffed on the touch-ups, that was game.
Sure, yeah. It was a very, very unlucky touch-ups. Examining the deck list, seeing all of those events, and then hitting none is a bad stroke of luck.
Yeah, it is. Counter on FUT here. Determining mark. Taking a click here, running the mark.
But the agendas stay active and text them.
No res. Seeing a Samoxa Moon in hand.
No, you don't win if you
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that.
You don't have to give up like the text on the card.
Getting the money from Info Bounty. And the click. Running the FUT. No res. Currently, Zay has no money.
Gideon's pawn shop.
I know, right? Yeah.
Alright, so we're moving to the 2 counters here. 1, 2, 3 cards to look at. One of them is going to go into the bin, and the rest are going to go into the hand. Drawing a card for turn. Taking 3 clicks for 3 credits, it looks like. Or, sorry, 2 credits, Mindscaping. To get another 2 credits, draw 2 cards, and then return 1 to the top.
No. Although I might go get
Passing back here. Looks like the mark is R&D right now. There is only an anemone protecting it, and it has already been triggered. Taking a classy draw here. Looking at 2, 1 at the bottom, 1 in the hand.
Seeing, I think, another class act there. And taking the other card.
Taking some time to think about his extra clicks here. Helopix trying to be patient in the playstyle. No time has been called. He did need to take the time to redraw. Dr. Nuka very helpful in this situation. Putting 2 power counters on it.
So, because like, there's a lot of things in this game where it's like catalog and width, then you might play this.
Looks like he's running R&D, inviting Cassandra to deal some net damage here. No dice, just a soul read, getting rid of the mutual favor here. Nice. Looks like we're looking at a Jaguarundi.
Yeah, see you each combo it. Yeah. Maybe first time each turn.
That does get you your money, that does get you your extra click. Losing mutual favor does hurt here. You really want to see a killer in this matchup.
Yeah, that mutual favor, fortunately for Helopix, one of only 3 in the deck list. So he can still draw into one of those other 2 and get the breakers that he needs.
He did use the last click to take a counter off of Nuka and draw up here. Potentially trying to play it safe. Pitching a card there to the Ayuko and adding the rest to hand, drawing for turn. Another Mindscaping here, trying to get her money back up.
Zay really putting a lot into that scoring turn and needing to build back up here in cards, in credits. And that Mindscaping helping out a lot.
Taking some time to think about the next 2 clicks here. There are some face-down cards in Archives, which usually suggest that there might be some tricks that Zay is trying to set up. These decks know to play things like Moonpool. Hands a review here, so going to pitch a card and up the counters on a Yuko to gain 5 credits total. Installing and passing on. So plenty of money here from Zay and an install. Starting turn here for Helopix. Determining the mark, it is R&D.
I think that was another Blueberry Diesel I saw in his hand. We're seeing a lot more of that since the elevation rotation.
Yeah. Which is good, you know, when you don't have to compete with just regular Diesel or cards like that. Playing aforementioned Blueberry Diesel. It is a decent amount of card value with Class Act as well. Let's go to bottom 1. And then draw 3.
Yeah, drawing 2, or looking at the top 3, keeping 2 of them and class acting 1 of them.
And then bottoming another one. So there's a lot of card filtering. Alright, shuffling aside her face-down Archives cards. Got a Carmen here. So that is the first killer we've seen that is going to help deal with a large percentage of Jinteki Ice. Carpe Diem.
Oh yeah.
Paying 1, gaining 4. Potentially making a run here. Let's see if he decides to do it. It is optional.
Not taking that run.
No. So we continue with the turn here, taking clicks.
Oh, maybe he is taking the R&D run.
Okay.
No.
Our Resin Spin Doctor. And then oh, alright, we are accessing a bite. Let's pay it every time.
Well, the funniest thing was when people, so there was another agenda that came out alongside it
Fun art there. A lot of toothy animal mouths in the art of this new set.
Alright, looks like you hit a transfer of wealth and a Hermes in there, which is rough. That is not what you want to see. Hermes in these matchups can be phenomenal. One card left in hand.
Yeah. And then the runner can't win because there's like no longer enough points in the deck to win or something like that.
Yeah, Zay, I certainly don't mind hitting that that transfer of wealth.
Right, yeah. It was really funny.
So actually, the court blew it because the runner just took the 4 credits until the
Right,
court
right,
decks
right.
themselves.
Yeah, it was really funny.
I do love bite in these AU card decks that try to focus on having a little bit more money and aren't doing the bladderwort game plan. You know, once you have your money up and they hit a bite, you could kill them or you could just put them through the ringer here.
There's one of those mutual favors. Going for another breaker. What do we think Helopix is going for?
Mutual favor, and it looks like one of the clicks was used to remove a tag from the bite.
Hitting the
Strong
Kurapira.
Alright, 2/3 of a breaker rig set up here. Taking the AU trigger here. Looking at 3, pitching 1, and then adding the rest to hand. Drawing for turn. Just all the card advantage you could ask for.
AUCO so far very, very popular in this tournament, and showing, I think, a significant amount in our top cut.
Yeah, it does seem we have 2 AU players in our top cut.
Looks like 3 AUCO players.
3 AU players out of 8. Percentages are skewed. Alright, passing back over to Helopix here.
And I believe,
Or, excuse me, Zay's still taking her turn. Install.
I believe all the other corporations represented only once, so AUCO showing up 3 times more than any other corporation in our top 8.
There's a foot. I believe the power counter was put on the wrong card here. Oops, scoot it over. There we go. Starting to go a little bit more sideways here. Terminating mark. Ford looks like R&D again. The dice loves R&D.
Has Helopix rolled HQ yet at all this game?
Not at all. No HQ. It's been archives and R&D.
Well, at least Sable knows what she wants.
Interested to see here because if it does go to time, Helopix is far ahead on points. A lot of low-cost agendas in AUCO list 3 usually.
Yeah, Zay not planning probably on scoring 7 points this game. But we have seen a fair number of these matches go to time without scoring 7 points. Or seeing people get killed by AUCO.
Yeah, sometimes when you try to kill quickly, it actually slows the game down because it makes the runner a bit more cautious, thinking about their plays more.
And Helopix certainly doing that, being very careful about what he accesses, how many cards he keeps in his hand, playing really well around this AUCO deck. That early Fuji asset retrieval certainly helps.
Yes, it does.
As the time counts down, it becomes more and more of an advantage. doing a run here, I think.
Paying a credit to get through the enemy. Accessing an end of the
seeing
line.
an end of the line.
All right. Getting the money from Info Bounty, getting the click back.
Is that counter on Sable a tag or something else?
I'm not sure.
Oh, I'm looking at your purse. You're right. Yeah, that's the other room. You're right.
Currently in the other corner of the room here from the commentary booth, we've got a game of original Netrunner being played. That's the game that came out in 1995 that Richard Garfield designed right after Magic. A lot of interesting stuff in there. A lot of cards that sound familiar but aren't.
Similar mechanics. It was, however, a TCG, not an LCG. So the format was a little bit closer to what we know from his other experiments like Magic. Making a run on archives here, maybe potentially either forcing the Spin Doctor or trying to see if there's any agendas there. Clean getaway. Great economy card. We've been seeing it splashed outside of faction as well.
And Zay replacing the Tattoo Bulla with something unknown for the 2 credits there.
Is 4 credits that you gain from Tattoo Bulla and
4
2
credits.
res. Yeah, it is a lot of value. All right, so cracking the Spin Doctor here. Shuffling 2 cards in from archives. And what do we see? No agenda. Oh, a sting. Okay,
And the
so
Sting
that's
doing
game.
lethal damage.
Wow. Great game, guys. Well played. I appreciate you guys participating in the stream. Sting a Yuko turning out to be a hell of a
Really
combo
a
here.
house, yeah.
The foe was really what ended up closing it off. It was just a very powerful play.
Really was. Helopix playing as well as you can against this deck. So great play by both players. We will see you back here in just a few minutes for round 3 of the Top Cut. I think we've got some exciting rounds ahead of us.
All right, stick around.
All sorts of people just sort of like, nah. It's been, it was just a bad day, but like, Janice, and also my privilege now to see that go outside, try some time.
Oh, this outgo against Leo. Surprise.
Somehow. Make it first to score.
Let's go.
Let's go. Let's get you. She can see so I can go with it, but
Yeah. Interesting games today.
yeah. Okay. Just to see how the next couple rounds play.
Yeah, very good. I've never seen this. It's different. It's like,
So like, you start, or not start doing lots of lots. Oh yeah, they can get it. Yeah, that's true. No way I played it. I literally lost. I wonder if it's it's because he probably needs it.
maybe. I don't know. So she, because there's like 3 outcomes are tough cut.
It's also possible to send to a state of front.
Yeah, that's true. There needs to be more protection.
But yeah, so after that, please finish it. There's been these choices like advice for bathroom, stairs, yeah, bathroom games, and have all statically. Henry like triple checking yep, to be answered. You guys like the same like scarf that is like sure enough.
How was lunch? Oh, yeah, yeah.
So it's small, so it's down, it doesn't explode in the middle of strands.
Yeah, I kind of.
And we are back for round 3. Right now we have Justin playing LEO Construction, also known as Neuralshock, and we got Zay playing Hoshiko Shiro. this is the first time that we have gotten a Hoshiko Shiro list on stream.
Looking forward to seeing what Zay is bringing. And I think we've seen Neuralshock's Leo list here on the stream yesterday.
Yeah, interesting list. I am a fan of the one of inclusion of Tier. I believe these two players have looked through each other's deck list already. We are currently waiting on round timer to start the game. This Trick Shot playmat banned card is part of the casual tournament kit from the most recent tournament that Zay actually organized.
That's fantastic. I love the art on that card, even if I can't play it anymore.
Yeah, you can always play it in Startup, but it's not the same. Also, good riddance. That card was insane.
Let's see. Zay's list, splashing for 3 clean getaway, a pinhole threading, 2 boomerang, and a cupellation and a couple of stone ship chart rooms. So that'll be interesting to see how those blue inclusions work out for her. Neuralshock, splashing for Spin Doctor, Afshar, Predictive Plangram, Isaac, and the Hollow Man.
Yeah, running a very tight and hard to get through list. Looks like we've got a triple install on a server and a pass. Interesting. What do you think is back there?
I don't know. Early agenda install or
Potentially, yeah. Trying to get a setup going. Getting a leech down here. Click 1. Running R&D. Click 2. Getting the leech counter on that. Installing a gachapon, popping it immediately, flipping over a handful of cards here. Looks like we have a Keiko, a Mamie, a... Interesting, I can actually... An Adore, okay. Picking what to install here. Looks like we're going with a Mystic Mamie. Taking away the other Mamie, the blood in the water, and then shuffling back the rest of the cards. Mystic Mamie, great economy resource. Very good at helping you get your hosted credits, your events going. Also happens to power the twinning.
which I believe Zay is running 2 of in this list.
Yeah, very strong Anarch multi-access, one of the better ones. Often splashed in other factions as well.
So Zay's turn now. Install, run Gashapon.
Getting a Fermenter down for last click. Flipping over Hoshiko here.
Boy, that counter on the Fermenter just blends right into the art.
It really does. Yeah, looks like we're scoring out. I didn't really get to see what was scored out there. It says dividends 1, so I can make assumptions.
It's probably the Project Ingaton in there, right?
Yep.
Yeah, off-world office, Project Ingaton, and send a message. The only agendas in there. So it
Yeah,
must
so
be the
definitely
Ingaton.
Project Ingaton. Alright, going click 1, installing Paladin Poimu. There's a counter on Fermenter and $1 on Mamie, drawing a card here for click 2. Click 3, making a run on the remote that the Ingaton was scored out of. Interesting. Low on credits. So unless this is an ablative area, oh, there we go. So we are seeing what looks like a Managarm Skunkworks. Making a run on HQ, it seems. Yep. Getting to access 1 here, no multi-access engine just yet. Seeing a red level clearance, great card. And back over to Justin. Alright, playing said red level clearance. Looks like he's getting money out of it. We're not getting cards. And 2 credits. There we go. Taking a second here to think about his next action. Spending the click here, installing on the remote, and using the last click to gain a credit and passing back over to Zay. Drawing a card first click. Putting some money on her friends. Fermenter counter and popping Fermenter here. Getting a couple bucks. Up to 6 now.
Definitely good to have that money on board. Maybe a little early for my taste to pop the fermenter, but kind of crucial here.
Running the remote again. No res from Neuralshock here. Seeing Immersia. A very strong card in LEO, probably one of the stronger additions. Both cards out of the new set, of course, but Immersia allows you to install without any clicks at the end phase. Playing a Keiko here. Installing a Fermenter. Passing back over. Drawing for turn here. Taking a click here to take a credit. Second click. Playing a hedge fund. Trying to get some money up here. Third click seems to be installing and resing Immersia in the same remote. Looks like you have the other one. Immersia going to trigger here and install over headquarters.
I mean, it's the same Spencer I'm used to seeing. Not too random. You think, but there are subtle.
And the counter on Fermenter. First click. Playing a Rising Tide, getting that first breaker out.
18 agenda points. Smart enough cards.
If I can count, which is
Probably good.
Rising Tide, another one of those new cards from Elevation. A new breaker that I don't think we've seen on stream yet.
Came in as a sort of a replacement to Cleaver, which was lost during a ban list that happened at the same time of set release and rotation. Playing another card here, I can't really tell what the card is.
We don't have to figure out how to.
Looks like it is a sure gamble. Interesting alt art there.
yeah, there's 4 of us.
Flipping Hoshiko back over.
Whoever wins wins.
We don't need that.
Just look at your electric.
Alright, first click from Justin, red level clearance.
Alright, so I guess we'll play cross.
Choosing to draw 2.
Okay. Are we doing double siding this or
Taking the extra money from red level clearance.
Alright, heads, I'll be runner, tails, I'll be court. I'll rush.
Spending the second click, going to play hedge fund to get more money.
Tag tracker card. Sorry.
Taking some time to think here about the third and final option. Oh, I see a tier in hand, which would probably explain why he's been spending so much time recurring cash.
Gonna need all of that if he's gonna res that tier.
Yes, he is. Curious here if he's trying to install it somewhere, or if he wants to go with something else. Oh, looks like he's installing something else in the remote. Didn't get to see what that was, but moving Mercia over and then installing the tier over the remote. Okay.
There we go. Now, does Neuralshock have any way of cheating on the cost of that tier, or is he gonna have to?
I think he's just gonna pay for it raw. Just no budget cuts, nothing.
I'm assuming just start with 5 credits.
Yeah, that credits, that credits.
Okay. Mulligans are the
You can
same?
check the rule books. The mulligans are probably not the same, but
Now, unfortunately for Zay, or unfortunately for Neuralshock, Zay familiar with this deck list. They've been playing here in the Colorado meta a lot, and Justin's love of, or Neuralshock's love of the tier, well known. So no blind runs into that server, I'm sure.
And then after that, you just have to start doing.
Taking a click here. Oh, making the run. Oh, it was not a tier. It was a brawn. My mistake. Alright, so we got brawn on board, no tier. Still not what you want to hit, but it is doable.
That's true, yeah.
Currently plenty of clicks to click through it if need be. Rising Tide, but I don't believe that Zay has the cash to pay through it. Using Leech Counter here to bring the strength down.
40? Sure, 40.
Wow.
Breaking the 2 and the runs. And there
Getting
goes
an
the tier,
install.
I suspect.
I have my suspicions, but I'm not sure if Neuralshock can pay for it. Just installs and lets it through.
I forgot
the art on these. Starts now.
And Zay checking her credits there, finding some more because of the sure gamble.
Alright, manager.
Resolving some math here.
Right.
Cracking Mercia to the Elio to end the run. Huge dump of resources on Zay's behalf here. That is the scary part about LEO. You can invest so much into a run and they can just say no.
And here, Neuralshock spending that asset, but gaining the extra ice over that remote, which I'm sure is just gonna help when he goes to score again.
Looks like popping the fermenter here.
So anytime you get added to your pool, except for start of round, start of turn.
So I will.
But you have to forego gaining 1.
Spending some Mystic Mamie credits
Is that like low?
to play Katanga Breakout.
So you basically click to put 2 on.
First time we've seen a Katorga breakout on stream this event.
Interesting to see what she's gonna try and recur here.
And getting the steal there, and of course we didn't see that come across the screen.
Oh. We're going to get agenda points updated here in a second. Installing the Adore. Interesting choice of killer. Doesn't usually see a lot of play, but I think its stocks have gone up with the recent rotations, and if you're not spending influence, why not? It's not like Anarch has a lot of choices of killers.
I will click short and contract to gain 2 cards from it. I will click and credit to install my link. And then I will click to run to HQ.
And we've got confirmation now that that was an off-world office that Zay just scored.
All right, so we are 2-2. R&D is open. Remotes and HQ are protected. Curious to see how that influences future actions here. Justin taking his turn. Clicking here. Spin Doctor, rising immediately. Drawing 2 cards.
I love that this is written so you are obviously the corporation. Are you going to be the runner can both perform functions?
Looks like a predictive planogram. Drawing 3 cards here.
We haven't put Spin Doctor up on the screen here because it's such a staple card. But if you're new to the game and you're just joining us and watching, wanted to put that up so that you could see what it does.
It is an asset that when you res it draws you 2 cards. You can remove it from the game, shuffle up to 2 cards from archives into R&D. The effect may seem simple, but it is powerful enough that it sees play in most, if not all, Corp decks. The ability to overdraw, discard at the end step any agendas if you feel flooded, and then shuffle them away is very strong, as well as recurring things that you find valuable that have been trashed by the runner. Installing here in the remote for the last click, passing back to Zay.
changes the color of the text.
And that 2 trash costs on Spin Doctor means it's almost always the right choice to trash when you encounter it as the runner.
First click.
Yeah,
Steel Skin Scarring.
I don't.
Steel Skin Scarring is an event, 1 cost, draws you 3 cards, but when it is trashed from your grip, you get to draw 2 cards for free. Pinhole Threading. Looks like Zay's trying
Going
to
for
snag something
archives?
out. Okay. Looks like a humanoid resources. Third click, installing a buzzsaw. That is a full rig. Every breaker is on the board. Taking the last click to run R&D, accesses a boomy, and back to Justin.
Alright. And you're up. Yeah, I see why you installed that.
I did the thing where I looked at the eyes and not take the
I don't think I've ever seen an Odore played. What do you think about that inclusion?
I think it's very rare. I think it's an interesting inclusion. I do think the options for killers within faction for Anarch are very limited. Usually they splash out of faction for things like Echelon or Revolver. But if your options have to be within Anarch, this is not bad.
And Zay splashing for a bunch of other blue cards, so saving that influence here on the killer is pretty important.
And if you're running the Hoshiko and Friends list, it is important to note that 0 to break 1 Sentry subroutine. If you have 3 virtual resources, all of the companions are virtual resources, and so is twinning.
Makes it quite strong, then all you have to do is pump for strength.
Correct. Currently not there yet, needs 1 more virtual resource before it's live. Playing Gachapon here, might be fishing for that virtual. Oh, there's a Fencer Foil.
Seeing that wonderful
and there's a
compilation alt art by Alexis Spicer.
Shout out to Alexis Spicer. Thank you for doing alt arts for our event today. Those were distributed yesterday and added into the deck for today.
I think everybody who was playing a compilation in their deck threw those in because they're such a great alt art.
Yeah, they are wonderful.
The outermost ice of each fort.
Deciding what to remove from game here.
This one is a sentry.
Looks like the compilation's leaving.
The sentries have a different frame than than all the other ice.
That is the 3rd Gachapon of the game, I believe.
Oh.
Oh no, thank you.
So Zay really looking for those installs here, playing 3 Gachapon. Strong option, especially if you're playing a lot of virtuals. Running HQ here.
ICE is an acronym for Intrusion Counter Metro Electronics, or an acronym for Insidious Coordinate.
And so you can just break that one.
Taking some time to decide here.
Credits. If I would, I could pay 4 to change its type. Click short-term content.
I really want to do that.
Alright, rezzing the boomy here, spending the 3.
Yeah, I do.
Justin, I believe, left on 2 credits
so
right now.
It just ends the run. It's going to be, make it it is now a sentry instead of a code gate. I'm assuming that's permanent. So
Looks like we are
it's now a sentry instead of a code gate.
spending here to use a Dore to try to get through it. Both subroutines. Continuing. Unless this is an Ablative Berry, I don't believe this is a risible card, just in thinking about it, or maybe making making Zay here that he's thinking about it.
I have to say that every time.
No, you can say, I'm going to explore it, the South African mining operation.
I'll expend an action to expose my self.
It's 3 actions, actually.
Oh, there we go.
There are no counters on twinning currently, so this would be single access.
Oh, wait. Oh.
And Zay there having to install the virtual resource clause on Odore to Neuralshock, because like me, he's never read the card probably.
The game is about a labor dispute between 2 different kinds of slaves offered by 2 large mega corporations.
All right. Trashing Booming to end the run here, looking to protect HQ. Wow. Zay here taking a read of the list, seeing what he's trying to protect.
And Zay asking what the res cost on Afshar is.
I know. Everything's so expensive. I don't have any money. What does that one do? So that's a deck. Okay, so decks are comp tunes. They're limited. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, it says that.
One click left.
Oh, it's just like one recurring credit for icebreakers?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's like no keywords in this game.
Yeah, I know.
Like very few people anyway.
You say that there is
Cool.
4.5 pages.
Oh, this is like early
But then there's
days
always like
Netrunner.
recurring credits are all
so
sell out.
All right, military draw.
Just want to give a quick shout out to everybody that showed up today. We are down to 6 players in the finals right now. Things are really tightening up. It is a double elimination bracket, so you do get one opportunity to lose before you are bumped down to lose bracket. If you lose there, then you are eliminated from the game.
I'll be curious to see who moves forward to the final round.
4 credits.
Drawing a card here. There was an ablative barrier res.
You know that game effect.
Yes. Dive.
And clicking for 2 credits.
There was a
Gotta have that ice resing money.
Yep.
Was it like
Looks like we clicked for a full 3 here. Back to Zay.
Watchdog?
I only saw one watchdog ice in the whole crap though.
Installing Leech with a point moon counter.
I brought my official limited edition welcome bonus.
Okay.
And getting $1 from the Kaiko.
Check this out. I told her if it was on you all, I could compile world champion. I hope so.
Sorry.
Running HQ.
Alright. Ablative barrier, very easy to deal with right now. Paying the 1 credit. Accessing. Oh, send a message. Resing a tier.
There it goes.
And a Tranquility Homebrew.
And then there's Resonant Bridger and Project Zurich.
Advanced there, huh?
It was a successful run, so leeches do get loaded up.
I'm gonna spend 5 to install my blade. This card, every night. I get a 50-50 shot of breaking every subroutine on the way in.
Taking credits here. Flipping Keiko back over. And passing back to Neuralshock.
I will spend an action to make a run with your subsidiary Dayport.
Takes his card here.
I will not read this guy. But I will read a marionette for 3. It's got 2.
Neuralshock's got to be feeling a little bit confident in that Doom server right now.
Yes, he is behind on points, so I'm curious if he's going to try to hide his agendas back here, because he's also low on money.
Certainly not enough to res that last hidden ice on the remote server.
I'm counting on the fact that you don't have enough money to install and run that. Right.
Okay, and break it in the run.
To be fair, she also knows that this costs 8 to res.
Well, what's funny?
Trashing a card here.
What's funny is
Going back over to Zay here.
this guy, if you steal it,
Giving her friends her dollars.
urban renewals.
On this. My 50-50 icebreaker.
But I have 4 res.
Alright, taking a click to draw here. Installing a Trickster Taka. That's very good under this board state. You have all of your breakers. Trickster Taka allows you to use the hosted credits in order to use programs during runs.
I had a bunch of stuff in there, like red damage, which is why I took those icebreakers.
And both Mystic Miami and is it Fencer Fueno?
No, we have Paladin Poimu, Mystic Mamie, and Trickster Taka.
So both of those other companions begging to use their credits this turn.
Yeah, common theme within the companions is that if they have 3 or more credits at the end of a turn, they try to explode, and you have different conditions that you need to meet so they don't. You have a discard card, you take a net damage, you do all sorts of things depending on which companion it is.
I love losing an island. That's great.
And running a Raindrops Cut Stone.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I guess that worked out for the best in the end.
Passing back over here to Justin. Zay just taking her time. She knows she's far ahead and she has a Doom rig set up. Taking clicks for credits here. And then last click, hedge fund. All right, we are back up. That's the power of hedge fund.
Got it. Is this still brand?
No, wait.
I imagine it'll depend on who loses, right? Like,
Yeah, I was trying to map that down.
Dollars for all the homies.
Oh, gotcha.
Drawing a
But it
card.
won't be because we'll probably just be a 3-round winning and everybody plays everybody. Do the best record.
I think you could just do double sides at this point and see if it works.
It's true.
I think it's just yeah,
Zay seems to be eyeballing the Doom server.
We'll try to round robin, right? So everybody plays everybody.
And with this rig built up, I suspect she can get in.
Yeah. Tier's the scary part, but with all these leech counters, you can actually get there.
I mean, there can be no meaningful impact if you're trying to play a second game, so you might as well.
You can play it for fun. Do you want a core?
Yeah, of course.
Doing some runner math here.
Zay, I think, saying 8 credits to break Tier.
We gotta go for it.
Okay.
Right.
Let's see. 3 virtuals installed, so it's 0 to break subroutines. Cost money to boost, but there is leech counters on board, which can bring the tier down. You could gift the corp a click. That is always an option if you need to get through that last subroutine.
Yeah, I don't know that. So,
If you didn't
I don't know
know
what you have. Don't worry, I've already forgotten. Okay, spin drifts. My mandatory draw. Then I'm going to...
Some intense decision making going on here.
Yeah.
If you're in Zay's place, do you make the run on the Doom server?
I don't know if I do. I think I take my time to set up so far ahead, but which seems to be what she's doing here, making some money, spending those Mystic Maybe dollars. Poimu also kind of like begging to explode here. Might need to use some of those credits as well. Getting a counter on the twinning. Chain click to draw. Click to draw. I'm curious if she's fishing for anything specific. Sure gamble again for the last click. Passing back over to Justin. Paladin Poimu is looking to explode, so I'm curious if that's going to get addressed here.
So then, beginning of turn, spin drifts.
And there goes
All right,
Paladin.
there goes Poimu. That is still 3 virtual resources, so Doria is still live. Hurts to see a friend go like that, though. One of the reasons that I enjoy these like massive pieces of ice is they always present such a problem. Like so much of that turn is like, oh, how do I deal with this? And the answer was, I don't, and then just make money.
Wait to deal with the ice next turn. It's still going to be there.
Yeah.
Except he is playing Leo, so maybe it won't be there
Maybe
next
it
turn.
won't be there. We have seen Justin trash a tier before. More than willing to do that if need be.
When you absolutely want somebody out of your server,
You
the
trash
tier
a
can go.
Yeah. If I had to pick between Braun and Tier, though, I know which one I'm picking. Sorry, Braun, you're out.
That was actually my action. Take credit. And then
Taking some time here to think about his turn. Curious if he has anything that he needs to set up.
I'm going to res huge genero.
Checking the heap here.
roll a die whenever the runner passes a piece of res ice during a run on this board on a win.
Zay's deck's starting to look a little thin. Those are all the removed from games.
Prevents the trashing.
Between the board state, the removed from games, and the heap, there's not a lot left to draw. I mean, you have everything you want here, right?
Yeah, Zay not hurting for cards on the board, and
score.
Project Ingatan.
All right, it's Project Ingatan 2. That puts us at 5 and 4. Heading back over to Zay.
When Neuralshock didn't immediately score that, I figured it wasn't an agenda. So
I did as well, but he was also low on cash, so it does make sense. Trashing 2 cards to hand size here, but there is a Spin Doctor on board, so if anything was an agenda, it can be shuffled away. Zay taking her space here.
Thank you. Onward! Yeah, I forgot about you.
Alright, I get
Is this-
a 1 in 6 that the run
Is this the turn where we try to check R&D? We could potentially charge a twinning, get multiple accesses. This is game point based on what Justin has in his deck.
that's true. Yeah, it's all 2 points or more.
All right, installing a fermenter.
Nice. Yep.
Really filling up that MU here.
I'll install. I can pay for and discard this to trash anything.
Installing handle wheels. Vroom vroom.
And Zay running archives, forcing that Spin Doctor to
When the trash
pop.
cost is 7 on a card like this.
That tells me that there was something scary face down there that he did not want scored. Showing Zay here the rest of the cards. Or thinking about an alternate shuffle. Alright, looks like those are the 2 shuffled away.
Managarm shuffled back in there. The 1 in Neuralshock's deck. And Neuralshock showing off those face down cards that are still left.
Alright, start turn. Here's our draw. Oh, I guess this is a hidden situation.
Zay doing the 1 card cut.
Alright, making a run on R&D here. We're about to see it.
Credits, and then click to install here.
Now, Justin will res a Brawn here. That does give the opportunity for Zay to use the Trickster Taka credits, which powers the 20 and gets an additional access, but it does leave her with a Brawn to deal with. Spending some leech counters here. 3 counters from leech. $2 from Taka. That does bring you up to strength.
And fires off the twinning.
It does fire off the joint. And then paying the 3 to break all the way through, continuing into R&D. I'm assuming she's going to cash in her twinning counters. This would be a great time for multi-access. Thinking about it. Spending it all. All right. First.
Steal.
Steal,
And
that's
the game
All
for,
right.
for Zay.
Say the handshake here. Great setup game from Zay. She really got her rig going. Was able to deal with all of the powerful Biroids that Leo was running. Even when she was shut down, she was like, "Okay, let's make money and try again."
Yeah. Didn't have to go into that Doom server except in the very beginning of the game. A fantastic game.
Yeah, fantastic game for both sides. Thank both of you for playing, and we will see you for round 4.
it's not the last time. There's a fire inside of me. I wanna burn for you tonight.
All right, and we are back for the top 4 of the Denver Megacity 2025. Right now, we have Thomas Haas playing Magdalene against Zay playing AU Co, which has been the star of the meta today. Right now, they were just finished checking each other's decks, getting their credits accrued, and getting all set up. How you feeling today?
Boy, I'm excited to see this match, although we have seen a lot of Maggie and a lot of the Egg in these top streamed matches.
Yes, we have. Yes, we have. These have been the 2 most popular decks and the 2 most popular decks in the top cut.
And really, I mean, the piloting of these decks has been really good. The cards themselves seem to be very strong, but we have some fantastic players vying for these top spots.
And interestingly enough, I believe that Magdalene came to be as a response to AU Cup. These lists where you're drawing a ridiculous amount of cards and trying to, like the whole lily pad trick that they do in order to get 6 cards in hand at the end of the turn, is usually because these kill decks have been running so rampant.
That makes a lot of sense. If you just see these 2 IDs, who do you put your money on?
So, in this matchup, I might put my money on Magdalene just because it's very well equipped to deal against AU, but it could go either way. AU can just pop off at any point.
Which we've seen several times here.
Yes, we have.
This is where I lose.
Sometimes you install 2 rows of cards, and that's what you need to do to win. Alright, checking hands here, deciding if they're going to keep. Thomas Haas, also known as Winston Haas, coming out of Team Logic Bomb from the Bay Area, he flew all the way in.
It's really cool to see players coming from so far afield to join us here in the Colorado meta for this mega city. We also had some players from Salt Lake City, some players from Albuquerque. Really, really good to have those people here in town.
Yeah, so shout out to you guys. Shout out to Logic Bomb. I hope you're listening.
It looks like Zay keeping.
Making a tough decision here. And I've been noticing Winston has been taking notes throughout the event for the past 2 days, which has been interesting to see. It's not a lot of players do that.
Yeah, he's a very, very careful, very meticulous player, and it shows in his performance here today and yesterday.
Taking his time here, seeing if his hand can deal properly with the list in front of him. He does have perfect information of the cards in the deck. Both of them do.
Personally, I'm much more of a vibes player, and that's why I'm commentating today instead of playing. And there's the mandatory draw to start off the game.
Alright, starting off with a Mindscaping. Getting some money, some card filtered.
I mean, that's true. They could also actually would be really leery for doing it. Considering how much there are. Yeah, actually, that is going to be out by yeah, that's not I think that's the only asset that is a buyer. I think so. It is buyer. I never even noticed. Right. I mean, that's the point. Like, if they're running to trash them, are you going to trash it to stop the runs? Yeah, you're going to. I'm not sure. Really confirmed about the successful.
Putting one in front of headquarters and one in front of R&D and passing back off to the Magdalene player here.
Like if Otto's a campaign, so like, can you imagine if I guess what is the point of that though? And I guess to protect your upgrades and to also generate econ while protecting. Or I guess if you trash it, yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Inside Leo specifically.
So taking 2 clicks to draw cards here.
Like the Monogar and something else inside there. Yeah.
Good to have those options to start out the game.
Of course. Sometimes that's just what a runner first turn looks like, is you drawing up and installing some sort of long-term resource. And there's a long-term resource, there's telework contracting. And a DZMZ optimizer.
The real issue, I think, is just the cost around the
Getting that economy set up between the cost reduction on the DZMZ and the extra credits on telework.
Passing back over here. And alright, Zay going for the triple install, going wide, Zay pass.
Just the egg doing egg things, I think.
Yeah, we like wide servers here.
Yeah, anything you want that on, spent so long starting this grid. It says 10, 5, and 3. Those are C's and 1. That's, you need 2 regulars worth of money.
Alright, playing a hand of wheels.
Again, once you read it, you're probably trying not to trash it super fast. Unless somehow they...
Click 3, playing a Bahia Bands. Seems to be chasing after a face-down remote with the Bahia Bands. Continuing on.
I wanted to play was, what is that new red pistol?
Interested to see what modes he picks on the Bahia Bands here. Looks like he's drawing 2. Potentially loading up some money on it. Or no, installing a Coalescence for free. You know, that adds up to about the same amount of money. Okay, accessing a FUT and trashing it. Alright, and then doing a Hannah Wheels run. Another FUT.
That's so frustrating.
Leaving it.
Right? You can pull the ice back, it's got a cycle. Let me counter on this jank. Come on.
Another Coalescence.
Okay, so getting the money from Coalescence here. Zay, drawing for turn, playing a Mindscaping again. 2 credits, filter some cards. Mindscaping, mainly a value piece, but it can sometimes kill.
Do we know if Zay has any tagging in the deck?
Yes, so Zay does run a decent amount of tag, including and with tag punishment includes a end of the line.
Ah, fantastic. Haven't seen that one deployed so far on the stream this tournament.
I don't think so.
We've seen it as more of a threat than an actual played card.
Yeah. She was showing me the list earlier. She has included other forms of giving tags. The Bites give tags. Included a Dragorundi to also give tags. Install. What else do you need to do? Resing the FUT here so we can get a power counter. Money looking pretty nice for the Corp here.
It depends on if people just hate it playing it or, you know what I mean?
Looks like we are playing a Dr. Nuka, I think.
My standard was
taking a counter off immediately to draw 3.
It didn't look all that interesting with it. Yeah, where I'm like, well, I can't kill the runner on turn 1 if they run it correctly, so what's the point, really? Yeah.
2 clicks here, and compilation.
Which is so confusing. Yeah.
So 3rd click cup.
There again, that wonderful Alexa Spicer alt art that she generously provided to us for the Denver Megacities here.
Taking a Hannah run to then cup the FUT. Very smart play here. Taking the last click here for Telewar contract bucks. Contract paying out.
Thomas burning through credits at a rapid clip here.
Yep. He caught that he missed the compilation discount from the DZMZ, so they're fixing that. Playing a Fermenter here. No breakers, but still filling up that MU.
Are you really a shaper if you have any MU left?
No, not at all.
Oh, yeah, you only had the 2.
It was actually just interesting to play rather than play against. But yeah, what else did you take? What else did you really do?
Taking some time here.
Yeah, so there's a question now here that they are hoping to look at the stream to resolve.
Interesting.
So funny story. Our clock ran out of battery.
Okay.
And I don't know exactly when the round started.
Okay.
Is there a way we can like look at the stream and try to puzzle it out?
Give us a couple seconds here while we deal with some technical issues. If you want to mute it.
Because I could just pick a number of minutes, but I want to try to be as fair as possible. Make it a tie in both directions.
I believe we're 6 minutes in, but
Okay. Do we know exactly how long the delay is?
Oh, she's going to pass it down. Yeah, it could have been a whole different thing.
so we went past 3:35.
And we are back. Apologies for that. We were trying to determine the clock on the game. A little bit of a hiccup with the battery dying on the alarm.
That's funny because my first standard elevation.
All right, resuming. Clicking to draw here.
I mean, again, to be clear, I have checked second place.
And another draw for first click.
Really trying. Yeah.
Taking the second click to draw.
Got to have cards in hand if you're going to be installing three new remotes every turn.
Of course, and we haven't really seen the opportunity for a Yuko to really fire here. Getting that first counter on it now.
There, Hensei review.
Yep. Getting $5 from it, pitching a card, face down in archives right now, and then passing back to Thomas Haas. Getting that counter on the fermenter there. The fancy non-PC fermenter from last year. Cashing in the Dr. Nuka for 3 cards.
Yeah, because that was how I beat Casper. Was entirely correct. She got one loan off. She got one loan education halfway not until cello. Oh my god. Yes, halfway through the game. So I trashed 2 Charlottes. I trashed.
Getting some money here.
She was no money. She was too poor.
And that's so much tempo for the US. Like, you're just kind of, like, you're always taking just ahead. Yeah, I would love to see that.
Third click here.
Let's see if we can
Looks like a sure gamble.
Yeah, I want to refine that deck because I'll tell you what, it is a second.
And then making a run on that remote.
Fundamentally, I think
A Bladderwort.
some sort of virus.
Do we take the Bladderwort out? We do. Alright, so Bladderwort has been trashed.
Yeah, it's Augustina, Cacophony, yeah, 3 simultaneous.
We've seen a lot of fermenter in this tournament.
We have.
I'm hard pressed to think of a runner deck that hasn't been running it, except maybe Solemn Storm's Zaya deck.
Yep.
Is that a result of the elevation rotations?
I think it's just a solid economy card, and being able to recur it in a list like this makes it very strong. Not only recur it, but install it for a discount, and if you're playing Lilypad, it draws you a card. You can install it at the end of turn. So I think it has mostly been through Magdalene and other Anarch lists.
And we've seen it used in a lot of ways, not just for the economy, but also to pressure the corp into, using up a turn to do that virus counter purge.
Yep.
We've seen some huge fermenters, I think 5 or 6 counters at some point.
Yep. I mean, if you have the money already, you just kind of sit there and let it cook. If it takes a turn away, then it takes a turn away. Looks like an install in advance here.
You know what else does that is simulchip. What's a better card is simulchip.
Yeah, and with Augustina, and you're doing it on the corpse turn, you get the same effect.
Exactly.
With a lot less.
You can do the same thing with Gachapon too. Like just by Gachapon and simulchip, and that's good enough.
What do we expect that advanced card is? It looks like we've got potentially a Charlotte or a Blood in the Water.
My bet is either a Charlotte or a Sting.
I think it is when you're all in on trashing. Like you have Cacophony just runs way more than Phoenix ever will.
Yeah, absolutely.
Cacophony.
All right, keeping count of things here.
Maybe you should be playing Phoenix just for that extra influence. It's so good.
Sure, especially if you're gonna need.
Especially if you're
Especially
Alright, so Revolver down. This is probably one of the better breakers you could get into this matchup. It is a killer. It is also very cheap, having to spend no money to actually break subroutines, but can instead spend bullets from it.
Oh, I've kind of seen that. I've kind of seen that.
Dumb build, but I want
Looks like we are doing a blind hush. It is movable. You can move the card later on using a click.
confidence already awkward.
Yeah.
But getting it out.
Potentially trying to prevent a anemone.
But also not would help. It would just be really, really depend on your matchup.
And apparently top cut's all assets. Minus 1 Leo.
Wow.
Yeah. Wait, was I the only asset deck?
I mean, I wasn't technically, but I played more run than But I was just like,
Clicking here, installing a symbol chip.
We have to make this deck work now, so we can call it Pirate Shop.
cool.
Because
Third click here, taking a card.
I like it.
Fourth click here, Stone Ship Chart Room. Some good insurance for later.
It's the closest I've come.
Oh, yes,
Otis has denied us forever.
Alright, Zay taking her card.
Yeah, that was as a firm proponent of Glacier, that's fine. We never need to see that again.
Yes. But maybe we'll never see Glacier. Or what's the answer to Glacier?
Don't speak this class to me.
But I mean, I don't like Alco.
Now, does Stone Ship Chart Room have any charge targets here in this deck, or is it purely for that 2 cards that it instants?
I believe it is mainly for the card draw. You can charge Coalescence.
Wow.
It does use power counters. You can also charge your gun. You can use the revolver. But it is mainly for cards.
My hand because I had Rising Tide that I knew he was playing like Bozo Summon.
Another counter on Fermenter here, really stacking up.
And I almost thought that cost me the game because I did.
Now, does he take the $8 or does he let it cook?
Or any shirt, yeah. And that felt really
With only 2 credits on his side of the board,
Yeah, this would be
I'd
the time to
certainly be
purge.
looking at the Fermenter.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah. Feels a little different in Lou, where you're like, ooh, that trash cost is free. That appears to be free. I take that. Trash cost is free. That appears to be free.
Yeah, you
I'll
actually
take
have
that.
to worry about how she was economic.
Taking a card here. Looks like an SMC.
Azamat Hannah.
Self-modifying code for those that don't know.
And another advancement counter on the remote that Zay's got over there. Does that tell you any more about what's hiding underneath there?
That tells me that's probably an agenda now, right? Because if it was a Charlotte, it would have been rest.
That's what my takeaway a lot. Is runner should be less afraid of credits.
Alright, taking a run at it.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I play a lot of trims, so I do it anyways.
So Thomas making the same read that this is probably an agenda he can steal.
Yep. There is information on the cards in deck now, so we'd be probably not scared of an Urtica Cipher.
Well, I don't know.
Popping the Fermenter.
Is there a set variant of this that could work? Because Seth has like, okay, so hear me out.
And then SMC, curious what SMU is looking like.
Because you can make money on resources.
Okay, full up.
And you're saving money.
Yeah. You play like a networking to clear tax or something.
Yep, we are at exactly 7.
Where is the network?
But then you
Alright,
just,
now we take the run here.
That's it.
Do we
All
res?
you do is make money on it. You give up on the group plan, right? Like,
It is a Vampirinosa, okay. So no extra effects, just subroutines here, and 4 very gnarly subroutines. It reads, the runner loses 2, the corp gains 2, do 2 net damage, and you may draw 1 or 2 cards.
Unfortunate luck there with the Hush, doing nothing for the Vampirinosa.
Yep. Like I said before, it is movable, so it can relocate to another piece of ice if need be.
Yeah, but then your Lou Cruz money doesn't mean anything. Money doesn't mean that. Well, that's true. So like, I do anarchy money. I mean, Hoshiko doesn't feel bad when it plays low in the ground either, as long as you draw things. Because then you don't need to worry about it. Yeah, it's not always the case, but it certainly would work better instead than any other.
Yeah, but so it's scary right now.
It is. I'm also surprised nobody chose to play that.
Thomas did. And
I'm planning to deal with it here.
I beat him with stuff because I put
Alright,
Movie on
cracking
both sides,
SMC.
so he was low on cash. He was going to priority
Getting the
access.
Unity.
And I trashed the movie to like stuff that. So
Yeah.
he was like suffering on econ for 4 games.
Yeah, and if you can
Unity
also, like,
slightly buffed with the
have
revolver in
nice
play.
transfer wall, like they have no speed after that, and then it's like how do they don't know how to come back from that. So like
Yeah.
Seb's plan is easy to solve if you're looking.
I think Leo's a good match.
Yeah, I think Leo is the answer.
Okay, counting the credits out here. Really tight on the economy.
Yeah, it's
Really hoping that that's an agenda and then it can be fished out.
Yeah, thankfully they can only do it what 3 times. Well, yeah, well.
So this takes all of Thomas's money right now to get through the Vampirinosa. Peeking through, and we're looking at a Fuji asset retrieval, going to hit Thomas for 2 here.
I think you need at least 1, but I like
Between Stone Chip and just a full hand, he is going to be fine.
Yeah.
Ooh, revealing a deep dive here.
Because ice is awkward.
Yeah, you can save influence on Afshar. Because I have an Afshar.
And the first points of the game on the board here.
I was gonna say,
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
I can see it, like I can see why that ice is good. Like, good. Not only just a code key, yeah, but like
Zay did make sure to let us know that this is an honest scoring AU deck. As we have seen for the other games, maybe not completely true.
gone before each counter.
If she had just had one more turn.
Have the Phoenix lets it fire and then it's like, not that any. But,
Oh, that's right.
no, there has. I just think it's people.
Alright. Taking the counters off of AU code to finally trigger the ability, this is when it starts happening. Alright, so we're going to look at 3. We're going to pitch a card, we're going to take 2, and then we're going to draw for turn.
Out of HP that you really can't afford to let one fire. Even a draft that seems good for Phoenix, but honestly it's like you get to trade the card.
And Thomas Haas moving his Fuji asset retrieval over so that we can see it better here on the stream. So really appreciate that.
Thank you.
If you've got a Fuji asset retrieval, why not display it, right?
Yeah, might as well. I survived.
Are these 40 in particular or just funsies?
No, we bought.
Yeah, and I think Fly Swatter being cheap. And I've tried a lot of, like...
I stole a Fuji asset retrieval and all I got is these gnarly scars.
Yeah. Alright, installing behind the Vampirinosa and advancing again. What is Zay up to?
Okay,
So like you start out with like this is the icon. I just did the basic.
Okay, yeah. Sure.
Interesting, okay.
And then
Is this teasing another Fuji asset retrieval, but actually a Charlotte?
Well, the thing is, Thomas has no money. There's no way that he gets to can break the Vampirinosa. But Vampirinosa doesn't end the run either. So I'm interested to see if he just eats all the subroutines.
So knowing that, if you're Zay, do you put the agenda in that remote or do you put something safer?
Depends what I have in hand. If I'm trying to set up a measured response, potentially.
You versus Abby switching sides from before.
Okay. You game 1.
Alright.
Yeah, and then Train Plague, I also feel like it's kind of awkward.
We both
But the tree line influence, honestly.
Looks like some Symbol Chip shenanigans being planned here.
I was like, our first
You know what I
game,
mean?
you lost
Like the
and I got 4
scale.
points.
And it's
Okay, so Symbol Chip, trashing the Coalescence
that feels the most.
to bring back the Coalescence and get the $4 from it.
You want to run on board?
Drawing a card off of Lily Pad.
But you're still awkward. Like, they didn't like
That is all one click, folks. This is what Shaper does.
only because I'm
Or, sorry, that was clickless. Because that was just the Symbol Chip.
Guess I'm not like
Now we take the first click to Spec Work, trash the Coalescence, get $4, draw 2 cards.
I don't know combo, which may or may not.
I just don't know.
exactly, which is what I thought next.
It doesn't matter if you guys if you want to do that.
For Mr. Chesvo and the strength stuff.
Well, I think we can
That's
kind
true
of
because you could keep reloading it.
Right.
Okay.
So
Yeah, if you lean into the Isaac.
If we do it by like according to the record, like that's how it would work out. But if we wanted to do it where we try
they
to
have
play
like
one or
the
whatever, then that's
just
fine.
hedge
We can
funds
just
and like
because we can just end this after the Swiss round, you know.
Yeah.
Right. That is, I think that's
and
this was the
then
last round.
they agree that like humanoid is probably still good even if you don't play fire.
Sure gamble here, make your money.
Is the risk of deep diving against the egg worth it?
Yes.
I think if you're up on points, yes. I think you just win the game.
That might be good.
Then that's the 3 card install.
I think that's
Running through the Vampirinosa.
I mean, you need
Interesting, okay.
tag on it.
I can't remember what.
Well, that'd be fun against that because then you just take his stack away.
I didn't see your.
Assuming he's fine.
Right. Okay.
But no, you're right because they didn't fire humanoid. He's kind of good like
Yeah, you could do like a
Now, does he break?
well, it's net 2 for greasing, but
right, you can win.
yeah, I was thinking like humanoid net you 3 and net 2 for greasing, so you gain 5 and 3 installs. That's not bad. That's not bad. As long as it's
Looks like he's thinking about
like as long as
the math he wants to use here.
that money stays up. But 5 and 3 installs actually sounds good.
I mean, my real question is, what are you going to use it over red level, right? Because red level, what's that last click for? It's always.
Okay,
What do you
so breaking through, it is a Charlotte. The Charlotte's going to get popped, making some money from it.
Or click. Click is, you're never going to use click.
And Zay playing 10 agendas, so 9 of those still hidden.
Felt like a draw card. Yeah, and then you draw
Not too crazy of an agenda count for a 49 card list.
So is that worth it? But I
always feel a little nervous playing those lists with like a bunch of agendas. I feel like I'm just gonna get my R&D ran and I'm just dead.
I've had it happen to me. Rip 3 off the top and it's game over.
Yeah.
Because then maybe you won't need. I don't know. Do you still want Find the Ground?
you still need
Environmental testing install.
Yeah, you need draw.
the other one, of course, is corporate hospitality.
They've talked about that. They've talked
It
about
doesn't
that
play well
too.
with, of course, humanoid is the problem.
As if the beginning of Thomas's last turn wasn't absurd enough, throwing environmental testing there in the mix.
Yeah, of course.
Like for cohort.
Taking the cards
or
here.
what's it called? Well, I thought it was cohort. It's not that.
Playing a coalescence for cheap because of the DZMZ.
That it'll get trashed anyway. Maybe.
Taking a card here from the lily pad.
Recurrence is like,
Oh, it's huge.
it's nothing now, but it's kind of quite valuable as a result of that.
Totally. Because
Triple advance and score a sting.
Trashability is rough.
So basically, you have to mill one
Okay,
card.
doing some damage here.
So yeah, I would
like
Hit the stone ship. That's really what you want to hit. You want to hit their draw engine. You want to hit their breakers.
so like yeah.
The agenda point on here, basically vestigial.
this can be
Right.
So I mean,
and then if you destroy this,
but I feel like
We regularly see the AU Codex win at 0 or 1 agenda points to an opponent with 5 or 6 agenda points.
Yeah. They're very good at killing people on game point.
You're not trying to do so. Right.
so you just have to
Symbol chip install here. This does power the environmental testing. It is a hardware.
That, and I guess the other thing is increasing better than oh my god, the other card, the neutral one that I
Oh,
called.
potential missed trigger on the environmental testing.
It feels slow for what Leo wants.
Sorry, happens. Moving the hush over.
Wait. I like the last play though. Yeah. You know, loop the next.
Oh, he caught it and installed. Put the other power counter on it.
Play this only if you have not yet completed an action this turn.
And this is still
We're still in the
still
middle of
resolving
resolving
action, even though you're spending 3 plays.
It's a cost.
Yeah,
It's take an action card. So it's
I mean, yeah, because then you'll get another 2.
the next check from the play. That's the upside, yeah.
Because I was thinking, yeah, way.
Samoxamoon here. Samoxamoon is a barrier, which is one not any of the current icebreakers installed.
Delayed hedge fund is probably good enough for that deck.
Yeah.
No fractors so far.
so now 3 is to play this lower.
Yeah, it's possibly when you play it, guarantees you'll have it when you're playing it with
Hush is live, but it still doesn't really give you a way to deal with it. You could potentially just let the run end, or you just eat the 3 damage. Looks like we're symbol chipping here.
0 for 3 versus
Installing SMC.
1 clip for 3 versus first 2 clicks for 4.
Yeah.
We are at exactly 7 MU.
The card draw card. So it's like you might need money sometime.
And Samoxamoon, one of the new elevation cards.
Consider just tagging.
Using
Oh yeah, I consider that.
the money here
In a different deck.
and the self-modifying code to fish out a propeller.
Oh, okay. That reminded me of my terrible.
Propeller gets power counters. Environmental testing did pop, so the money is good again.
Like B1000.
Cashing in the cup to access 3 cards here. Let's go 1 here. It is a spin doctrine. Paying the money to trash it. Seems good.
And the deck wins or loses based on
Second
scores.
card here.
I think
We're looking at a Hollow Man.
is that deck's issue.
Dude, because then also, wait.
So you use
So do we take this Hollow Man away from them?
which means they run the server. And then you
Looking at his
guys
hand,
do 1,001.
he does have Pinhole Threading in hand, so maybe it is not completely necessary.
And then they go run a trash
Leaves it.
And when they're run over there, you de-res the avatar.
And 2.
And bring it right.
Touch-ups.
They run over here, you res the avatar.
Okay.
and install it.
Knowing that the opponent has touch-ups is pretty valuable.
Yeah, for sure. And we
The
saw
problem is the deck only works if you
we saw Zay almost win with the touch-ups last round.
Yeah, it was an interesting case. If Zay during that round had gotten any hit with a touch-ups, she would have won. But she whiffed entirely, naming event on a 22-event deck, which she knew played 22 events.
It was the best call and the worst outcome.
I mean, if you counter me with doesn't water remote, then it's not.
Ended up getting the kill later on, but
No, you played Centrals and then one scoring server.
with her honest-to-God scoring AU list.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Right.
of course.
I think I installed brands and games the rest of my
Yeah. It's not bad because you can also get the starting too.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that deck definitely stopped me in my tracks.
Oh, and the other fun thing I played
That's
there,
critical.
which won me more games than heading right to. I don't think it will now. Scrounge probably solved the problem, but I played a
Familiar with Netrunner?
oh my god.
You ever heard of it?
Any names of card opponents. I want to call it Retribution. Is it Retribution?
Oh, all right, cool.
Trashing
Cool.
card program.
Yes, Trashing Card Program program.
So the guy who played Magic.
One splash of that won me more games than I counted, but at the time that was like loaded meta, so
This is actually so there's
yeah, I feel like we're back to cycle chips and scrounges. It's probably not good
And if
anymore.
you trash Madani with the first program.
I was gonna say, yeah, like Retribution has several points in it because people are kind of different now. And
so this is
and
exactly
it's like you don't necessarily have to play skate net.
but
Because like they can just trace your name, right? Whereas Retribution
that's cool.
they just bring back
So
Right, you see the problem.
it always sounds good.
Taking some time here.
I'd
I'll
love
have
to
to rebuild that list of the modern standard.
it's probably should let like that.
Running the one in the remote, looks like it's a Spin Doctor, going to res and pop. Removing it from the game. Looks like we're shuffling face down potentially.
Yeah, your girlfriend visits family here from the area, so yeah, you should come to our meetups.
So Spin Doctor and a face down going away here.
Thursday nights and Sunday afternoons we're in Poland.
Okay, that's not far. Thursday nights here. Like every Thursday. And like
Most, I mean, it does.
We are still 3-1 here, but not really deterministic of who's winning or losing right now, considering the game plan for AUCO.
Literally everyone gets sick.
Oh, yeah, and like during and right before.
And only about 20 minutes into a 40-minute match. Still anybody's game.
I mean,
Zay's board here looking a little bare. Usually you try to go as wide as possible, but Thomas has been doing a good job of just sniping out all of the assets.
For as many installs as we've seen, there's not a lot out there.
All right, so we're doing a burner, spending the barrier counters here.
year and a half
we know from
doing
Kirby
one
said,
tournament.
Burner's very good at sniping out specific combo pieces. We're going to see here which cards he'll reveal.
We have hit up 3 town with people who showed up like
1,
wildly out there, like 2 to 1
2,
out there
3 here.
in the before times.
Yeah, like I'm only.
Okay, so we got an anemone. We're going to see how they run in a Culprit Guidance Program.
They're all sorry, pre-post NSG.
Putting that to the top. Putting the anemone to the bottom. And then letting her keep the Cohort. Okay.
Yeah, right before I started, it was just Luke and Limes here every night, or every Thursday.
Moving the hush over
Luke was thinking of like trying to get people to play
and running R&D.
Vampire Rivals with them instead.
Oh, because the numbers would go up.
Yeah, but then I started playing.
Zay with 3 credits.
No res and a steal. Okay, we're at 5 points now. Wow. That was a great setup. Putting see how they run with the burner onto the top of the deck, making a run, knowing that they're low on credits, and just stealing the agenda right back.
Yeah,
He's been here forever.
Oh, really?
Lucky hit on Zay's hand there. I wonder how many agendas there were to hit.
Yeah, I'm curious about that as well.
Yeah, I started playing, I want to say, Yeah. So
Here's a whole bunch of text messages going on
Yes.
right now.
That's what he said. Yeah.
No, I mean, feel free if you're no longer actually
Install.
This is the AU code we know and love. Love? Is that the word for it?
Yeah, I love it. I play it. I like it.
She was playing last year.
Getting another fermenter counter here.
That's fair.
Yeah.
No, like, so not being board games?
I mean, yeah, she was on.
Taking our first click here.
Yeah.
So that's
Yeah.
oh, cute. Did she ever do the other viruses? Sure.
Dr. Nika.
A bunch of viruses, yeah. She did a world startup on my car, but the playmat I have with all this on there, she's got all of her viruses.
And then cashing the Dr. Nika immediately to draw 3 cards.
Yeah. All of those flying around her are sort of, she has like a Palongi and
She does.
There's a chance the next agenda scored by Thomas wins, but Zay's list is running a decent amount of 3-1s.
Yeah. She keeps going to worlds just to sell things.
Installing a symbol chip here.
Yeah. I was judging last year, so I was like, I mostly just hit up the store and then wore myself out judging.
Yeah, I'd love to volunteer.
Oh, taking back the symbol chip.
I'm surprised it's like volunteer. Yeah. Like I got those all-time draws. Yeah, and it's like, well, it's judging is stressful.
If it comes down, yeah, like the call we had in the it's like, how do you
Well, so what was this? I heard there was a big.
Oh, you had like the wrong card.
Clicking for credits.
Oh no, that was
Passing right
that
back
was
to Zay.
just like a deck thing. No, the judge call that happened in there was.
There is triggers.
I didn't realize, but I guess that was Winston.
Discarding a hand size, triggering Maggie, getting a Muse down. Muse lets you look for a program and host it on there. Looks like we're hosting a coalescence.
Before you revealed it, you just kind of think about the look, and then I
Getting the money from it.
no, you know what? Like
Drawing the
I
card.
panicked and I would grab the stone chip and I would pop it, and it was like you just can't simply do that. You committed to access. So I was like,
Yeah, no, I understand the confusion here.
yeah, so then
there is
there's
though.
Trashing from the cohort.
The judge didn't quite know that right away. So
It is the point at which the run is successful, but not at which you get.
Cashing in the AU code counters. Looking at the top 3.
And this here is all before the first click.
This is all before draw for turn.
Right. No, this is the point of confusion, not really, because like technically the trigger there is successful. I guess.
Yeah,
Because then like after that you breach, and then after that you breach. I can understand. how you
Taking a
go
second
both
here,
ways.
lots of card options.
Sure. It's just like, well, you know, just what side do you think you're leaning? Just like after that,
Taking a look at the heap here.
that was like, I really don't know. Like I don't know how. Like it almost came down to like what Winston like was like. The judge needs to take
Curious if she's counting something down and is expecting a kill soon.
That keeps getting off, or that heap is getting awfully deep.
Yeah, it is. Not a lot of cards left in the stack.
my head and I was like, oh, but you do this. There's a capability window because of like spin down credentialing. Yeah. Oh, yes. Okay. And it, so I was able to. Resolve that.
Did you survive because of that?
I survived. Yeah. Yeah, he it ended up making him, so I guess it was going to be focused, it was a food game. But he just ended up popping his doctor instead. Sure.
Taking some time here.
So it's like, he could have won, like, and I see why Winston was like freaking out about it, because it was like either he wins his turn.
We're getting deep into the game where the decisions get to be complex.
Yeah, I mean, this is day 2 of the Megacity. I'm sure brains are exhausted. I'm sure they need to take more time to just think through their decisions. I mean, at this point, I would be absolutely exhausted.
Yeah, these 2-day tournaments are a huge test of endurance, as much as they are your skill in playing the game.
Yeah, this is a stamina-based game.
Yeah, not worried about it. And I kind of knew, like,
How do you prepare for a game like that in between day 1 and a top cut in day 2?
Lots of sleep.
Lots of sleep?
Lots of sleep.
If you can.
Yeah. Lots of caffeine and migraine medication. That is usually the move.
Because I was the first one on stream, so I was next time. So they said about my deck. And the whole time it was just I just expect the Andre any moment now, so we can break the ice.
Okay, all right.
How much fun though to have that kind of Or having people think, well, like, it's down because it's gonna just show up. This is gonna be useless with these eyes. And then it never happens. But they don't present it, and then it falls off.
I do spy an agenda inside of Zay's hand. I'm curious if she's trying to find a way. Okay, looking at the bin now.
So let me trash a special card, putting credit, putting triggering copy, and depth themselves.
And so we're playing this. This is the game mechanic.
It's not to say it wouldn't have. Because they had the last agenda, right? The question is,
Installing in that server, either an upgrade or another card.
Maybe. I don't know. We just don't know. What a win, though.
I don't want to talk about it.
And yet, runner deck outs are, that never happens.
Yeah.
Right? That's very funny.
No, not quite.
From Enter ticks up.
Yeah, so I had to unfortunately deck
This person's out.
If you're Thomas, what are you expecting to be in those two hidden remotes?
I don't expect an agenda. I think actually it's probably worth trying to snipe them out of centrals right now. But I also can't really tell.
terrible idea.
Zay running low on credits, only 4 credits, so potentially being able to use up those resources in one run and then take advantage of it on a second run.
Or she could potentially be trying to get herself below Bladder Wart.
For Bladder Wart, yeah.
If you can just like get one on there, you can just run R&D twice.
And how do you get the count? Oh, you have to run it out.
I will.
You have to run all 3 cycles for it to get a count. Or how does it?
No, you just, I think you access 3 or more in one run. So yeah.
So that works with like
Primary and
You're not that big into it.
there was Mason Die.
As soon as I read there's just
So far, this has been a great weekend. Funnily enough, Zay here bubbled in. Somebody decided to drop from the top 8, and she's been doing phenomenal within the top 8.
Yeah, all the way up to the top 4 so far, and playing a solid game here.
Yeah.
Not yours, sorry.
I mean, this is one of the best performances we've seen from her so far.
Absolutely.
But are you going like early?
Getting a Muse down here. Are we looking on MU?
Yeah.
Okay, so say like look up your
Yeah, I've only published 2 decks.
Still at 6. This looks like so much, and then you remember, oh yeah, DZMZ Lily Pad.
And refilling that propeller with the Muse.
Yep.
like even like this.
Preparing to deal with barriers.
Or like anything like it's getting fast seems good, but not
Spin Doctor drawing too.
You're seeing here, yeah.
I think I'll post my DL.
This is part of
my thoughts on
shit
it.
choice customizing them.
Because that's actually my room. Well, I tweaked other decks.
That's like the nerd.
But my runner is just
That's it for
from King.
Looks like maybe Zay considering what that Spin Doctor might target.
It's not inspiring. It's
Yeah, it's like
Taking some credits here.
yeah, it's just like
And powering the cohort. Drawing for turn. Alright. Playing a Hansei review.
you're just a runner.
I'm going to pitch a card here,
yeah, very honest.
which powers the AU
But I like
code.
it because it doesn't
Whoa. Doesn't power it that much.
if you play but like that's it.
Yeah, I was thinking about just doing like good stuff. I want.
I was gonna say in a way this seems like good stuff. It just feels like
Taking a card.
Yeah, it is
it's not like it's a cheeky like it's not a neat thing.
Yeah, so it's
And
like that's your-
installing over that same server. Interesting.
Yes.
Does that change what you think is sitting in that server?
Yeah, I'm not sure because it's not advanced.
But I did minigame riffing and then just getting.
You don't really want to start a FUT when you're at game point, and I think we've seen most of them go away, if not all of them.
Honestly, more than half.
Cracking the Spin Doctor here, choosing some shuffle targets.
The time I gave over half of them.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. See that's what I would have thought that like there's the wizard so insignificant.
Yeah.
You just find out.
And seeing a Sting.
Okay.
On two different times I've
Dealing a damage here, so we're at 6 points.
more.
Oh, I see.
So I couldn't like close it. So it's like over deep dive.
I see.
So like
I need 2 credits to break. I know, 0 credits.
like okay, I got one off the top of R&D and then I deep dive.
Yeah.
I got and then
Putting a hush back on the board.
and I just had to
Take it a run at R&D here.
Yeah, because
we take a look. Is this game?
And
It
it's a
is.
sting.
All right, great game, guys. Oh, that was very intense. I really didn't know where it was going to go. Oh, so there was a Hollow Man and an agenda. So it wasn't advanced, but it could be quickscored. And we do know that Lacosta sees play in this list. Very interesting.
We've seen so many people die to the egg. Thomas playing really, really well to keep himself from that same fate.
Yeah, playing very patiently, keeping the hand up. It all looked very good.
Well done to both players. That concludes round 4. We will be back here for round 5. And that'll be a match between Thomas Haas and Ryan B, I believe.
All right. And after that, we will have Thomas and the winner of the next round determining who gets into the finals. Stick around, guys. Thanks for watching. And we are back for round 5 of the Colorado Megacity 2025. Right now we got a match against Ryan B's Poetry Luxury Brands, which we have been begging to see on stream for a while. It just has not lined up. Ryan B's poetry list has been prolific this time and is a very rare ID to see nowadays. Against Thomas's Mag, which we have seen previously, we saw in the last game.
We tried to get poetry in there with the diacritics, but apparently OBS does not like that.
The guy like, oh, you did? Oh, dude. He seems like he was like already experienced.
No, no shit.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
So you like showed him the
yeah,
ropes?
he was
Dang.
like, trying to come to the new one.
Oh, the
The
like
guy who was
101.
in charge of it canceled it.
Sure.
He was trying to like see because his wife.
Well, also we had to sit down.
Yeah, it was like last night. So I don't know if you know that or what.
Yeah. Well, they probably could have put tables out.
Anyway,
Alright, looks like we're getting started with some installs.
Oh, so you like
Taking some time to think about his turn here.
So they have 3 price ones, but I like showed him what I meant about like the dry brushing to like.
Taking a draw here. And taking a credit and passing on.
Kind of explained to him about like the brush because like this he was painting this itty bitty little.
Give us just 1 second while we get our UI fixed here.
Oh, Steve's like that looks at it. He wants to looking at that list. It's online. Yeah, I'm sure. But it is. It did go on. There's something. Were we saying something, right? Yo, let's go.
Okay, so starting off with the Muse here. Looking through the stack for a program to install. Looks like we're getting a Coalescence. Gonna try and make some money back from it later on.
I'll put that together.
Taking a shuffle. Crashing the Coalescence to spec work. We're going to take $4 and 2 cards off of that.
You only need to cash one. And then run RD and charge.
Running through a 3rd click here, making a run.
Like Vermont, why not? Vermont, Alphabet.
Or seemingly not. Oh, okay, yeah, we're taking the run on the remote here. Accessing a Wage Workers. Leaves it on the board. Wage Workers, 4 to trash, does make it slightly expensive. Taking a card here. Playing a Symbol Chip and then passing back to Ryan.
Putting Stargates in decks and then losing terribly. I'm like, damn it, Stargate one time.
whenever I put Stargate down on the board against Duke, he's like, and you're like, wow, time to run.
And we do have Wiggle Stick with us once again here in the commentary booth.
Yeah, we got our guest commentator from round 1 of day 1 back.
Hello, everyone.
Poetry taking his time, trying to think about what he was doing. It looks like we're installing and installing and installing. We are opening 3 new remotes and passing. Horrifying. All right.
Are we on straight? On straight.
It was a good idea the whole time.
Thomas was very patient with his plays, looking through what his opponent might be doing. This is open deck list, since this is the top 8. I believe I've mentioned this before. But they do have perfect information of each other's decks. Poetry being a very unique list might still catch certain players by surprise, so you want to make sure you plan things out. Don't run it into any unfortunate scenarios.
And we haven't seen poetry on stream yet, correct?
We have not. This is the first time we have seen poetry on stream.
Excellent. So yeah, we're gonna have to figure out what Ryan's game plan here is, what sorts of things he could be installing, or why what he would be installing in that pattern, what he might be setting up.
Poetry on its effect seems very powerful, but it is a puzzle of an ID to solve. I feel like there hasn't been a lot of crazy results or any big lists that have come through, at least from the Summer Showdown, which has been seems to be the most recent measurement for our current meta, is the Summer Showdown. Taking a compilation here and cupping the wage workers.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Avoid that high trash cost. It also makes sense that Thomas might be a little more hesitant to just face check all of these remotes that Ryan's been putting out, because he does have Mr. Hendricks in the list.
We are accessing measured response, seamless, and a spin doctor.
Okay.
Taking a think here.
Letting him keep the whole thing.
Letting him keep the hand. Do we have a res here? All right, we are looking at a Nico campaign. Resing the Nico campaign at end of turn, putting and taking credits from it. Do we have anything else here? Just asking to slide over all of the assets. We've had a very go sideways meta as of the last 2 days.
Not really even setting up this layout with any consideration for ice at all.
No, not at all.
Looking at the list, he's only got 6 pieces of ice total.
Wow.
So
if you came prepared for a lot of ice, I am sorry. Taking a card here.
Try and fix it up, I guess. Or
thinking about his plays here, he doesn't have a lot to do. Another install.
yeah.
I can make a bet.
Stream wasn't designed for this kind of width.
No, it was not.
So there is one card off camera. Is that correct?
There are 6 remotes here.
Excellent.
Taking a card here. Self-modifying code and Muse on board currently. Taking another card here. This Magdalene list very prepared for asset spam and very prepared for any type of danger those asset spam decks might present. Doing a spec work, specking away the Muse. Taking 2 cards and full credits.
Because Thomas does have a single copy of Azamat in the deck, which he can fetch at will with that SMC. That'll be of great help to him, trying to help cull some of the asset spam. But clearly, it kind of feels like they're almost having a little bit of a stare down. I wonder if Thomas is waiting for Ryan to make the first move to see what kind of tricks he's working with, or how aggressive Ryan planning on being with what he's installing out there.
Gets a DZMZ out. taking the credits from Nico campaign. Second click, taking a card here. All right, passing over to Thomas here. Both players here competing to see who gets into the finals to compete against Sol and Storm, our current undefeated player. Looks like we're starting another row of installs. It's happening, fellas.
When 6 remotes just isn't enough.
Yeah. Why would it be, right? Yeah.
With this density of remotes, he's probably got room for, what, 18 if he really really wants to?
Yeah. Taking notes here. Alright, first play, install Dr. Nuga, get cards. Third click, making a run at the Nico campaign.
There's the Azamat.
Azamat, okay.
That makes sense.
So Azamat, cheapened by DZMZ Optimizer, using it to trash the Nico.
Just in time, denying Ryan that extra draw off the Nico.
Presenting the cut here.
And it looks like Ryan is just as content to take his time, probably just trying to set up kind of a critical mass of pieces on the board and before he starts rezzing and kind of firing certain things off.
The more assets you have on the board, the easier it is to score behind the shell game.
Very much so.
Taking a space here, no agenda scored yet. But we are looking at a difficult puzzle that Ryan B has presented with his poetry list against Magdalene.
Zinchling in stream suggesting that the Azamat and a Hannah would go down real smooth here.
Well, for
That's
sure.
true.
Free runs on remotes as well as free trashes, or at least discounted.
Mm-hmm. And it's quite likely that Thomas is digging for his Hannah at this point, with the Nuka and all that. He does have a copy of that in the deck, so it's just a matter of time till he finds it.
Yeah, the deck doesn't have any consistent ways to fetch out resources like that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure if there's any consistent ways to fetch out resources in the format.
Not anymore.
Just Dr. Nuka.
Yeah. If you draw your whole deck, that's basically searching for a resource. I believe the only real hard search for resources is Meeting of the Minds, and even that is limited.
True.
Yeah. And that sees zero play.
Yes, that is true, and that is definitely not in Thomas's list. So
here's Coalescence. Thank you.
I think I'll compile if you want. Just give a heads up. If you have people.
Coalescence in this type of list always feels like just such an infinite money glitch, right? You just
Very
get to
much, yeah.
recur it, get value over and over, sack it to spec work.
Yep. You get a ton of value off of it.
A very simple effect, but does a lot.
Especially, even more so once you have that DZMZ out like he has.
Yep. A lily pad turns it into a draw also.
Very true.
DZMZ also not unique. You can run multiple and just make coalescence free.
There
Yep.
was a out there.
That's a really convenient bring mine.
I have mine too.
All right, passing over. Looking at his assets here,
Sorry.
seeing if there's a res.
Yep. Needing to remember everything he's been putting on the board.
I have all the expansions. It's like all the expansions.
I always run into that problem playing any sort of horizontal deck is losing track of what I've installed where.
Yeah, sometimes you shell game yourself, right?
Yeah, yeah. Very much.
I mean, if you don't know, your opponent can't read you, right?
Yeah, exactly.
True.
I don't have any society thoughts. I was just sitting there like, fine to do a draft if you want to. You're gonna make new ways for me. I got some KP threats.
Deal 7 and drafting those. Reasonable set of some choices without actually having that choices.
First clicking a credit here, playing a seamless launch. Did he successfully hide the agenda? So the seamless launch 1. Classic Hospiroid card. Pretty much the fast advance Hospiroid card.
I walked upstairs like my dad.
And another seamless.
My windows are cracked.
And we have an off-world office. The economy is up. The first agenda is scored. We got Ryan at 2 points here. Double seamless launch. That means for 2 credits and 2 operations, you have gained 7 credits on top of the 2 points. All right, asking to scoot over again. Thank you. Appreciate it. And another install. All right, passing back over to Thomas here. We play the shell game again. All right, making some runs here, getting a little bit more aggressive with it.
I don't know if that run actually... Are we mid-run here?
I'm not sure. He has declared runs, then taken them back a couple of times now. Probably just taking his time to think about it.
There's something you sit down and breathe, and it's like, I did this game. Top three. And there's like 4 probable people over there.
The poetry list, not really a trap list. No Nightmare Archives or anything too concerning like that. There's Mr. Hendrick. But nothing that he should be worried about accessing specifically.
Yeah, as long as he's got a click left whenever he accesses an unknown card, he'll be able to dodge the Hendrix. So
Getting a Fermenter on the board.
No, I play as HP like a monster.
What identity?
Fun how I
Got a stone ship to buffer or charge here. Although I wouldn't be too worried about damage. Ryan B is a big brewing type. He loves creating unique and interesting deck lists to play with. I've never seen Ryan B be on the meta train for the most part. Yeah.
that's very true. Yeah, he's the only poetry here at the event. So
Yeah. And he always plays to that very well.
yeah, he's a very solid player. Really strong fundamentals. Knows how to break the rules.
Yeah, sometimes being the king of jank is the position to be in, right? Possible player to prepare for.
How long were you out there for? Like 5 minutes, 15 seconds?
It's coming up right now.
Right, facing down the suite here, potentially trying to make a soul read. Well, we got a wage workers. All right, resing this here. Are we going to get 4 installs?
No, that's the thing. I walked upstairs and I was like, why is it so low? The rain's so hard.
1, 2, 3 installs. Getting the trigger, using it to draw a card here. All right. We're going topside on the servers. All right, second fermenter token here.
I didn't know they did. Maybe it's something to terrain.
Taking a click here to Dr. Nuka. We like to draw cards here. Drawing 3 off it immediately.
Hydrophobic parasol sounds like something you do in a like Hobbit convenience store. You know, where you like buy it and then you go back to carry it in the store.
It apparently raining upstairs here in the wizard's chest.
Yeah. Neuralshock just ran down here completely drenched in water. Getting the Hannah wheels down.
That'll go a long way in helping Thomas start running down some of the additional cards that Ryan B keeps placing. Hannah giving an extra click when you make a run on a remote server. So he can run one of those cards, kind of see what it is, see if it's something he needs to deal with, get the click back, and then if need be, run another one. So it's 2 for the price of 1 often.
With the inclusion of Azamat, it helps you attack those assets by being able to pay trash costs for a reduced amount.
And that's helpful.
These
These asset spam lists, in case anybody is either new or just not familiar with this playstyle, is attempting to overwhelm the runner with unknown choice, flood the board, mask where the valuable agendas are, and also then present a really wide array of options at any given moment. They can just at instant speed start rezzing, and here we go.
Yeah,
this is
the Mr. Hendrick.
This is part of the plan. Is some of those may also just be traps that the runner is going to accidentally run into at some point and have to deal with, mixed in amongst all the other valuable cards in play. So this is part of the gamble that Thomas is going to have to keep making every time he runs one of these face-down cards.
Deciding whether he takes the core damage or not, so trashing it, so that is decided for sure. So you can choose to lose all his clicks here or take the core damage. Looks like he's taking... Oh, interesting. Alright, so doing the Magdalena install and just deciding to lose all the clicks. These asset spam lists can be a little tricky for runners to deal with, because if the runner is heavily prepared to deal with ice, these decks usually run a very low amount, meaning there's a higher count of dead cards in your hand. It also forces you to keep the economy very high and try to make as many runs as possible, forcing you into sort of guessing game that you wouldn't usually be playing.
Holiday season is a reason to store gets to stay open.
Yeah, and to that point, you'll notice like Thomas got rid of a pressure spike earlier. That's being an icebreaker that lets him get through some barrier ice. But as we've noted, there's not a lot of ice in this deck. In fact, there's only one barrier, one copy of one barrier in the entire deck, and so it's unlikely that that Ryan will even see that ice during the game. So to what you were saying is there's a lot of dead cards in Thomas's deck now. Yep. That being one of them, he just doesn't need it for this match.
Yeah, sometimes you click to draw and you see nothing.
What is that barrier in there for? Why include it at all?
Commonly, it'll be so. I can see 2 major reasons. The specific ice is an ablative barrier. It's a really low cost, cheap cheap barrier, and that's commonly a gear check. So it's if Ryan B finds it, he can put it on something that's mildly important, or he can put it.
We have a score here.
Then a score. Ryan B can put that in front of something mildly important, or just to slow Thomas down. Basically forcing him, if he does find it, he does install it, then it's going to force Thomas to go find the breaker, just to interact with whatever's behind it. And so we'll call that a gear check often. It's not hard to get through. If Ryan does install, for example, the pressure spike to be able to deal with it, it's super cheap, it's super easy to get through, but he has to find it, he has to install it, he has to spend those resources, and just makes it more annoying. The other thing is with the ablative barrier, when it's rezzed, Ryan would then be able to return some card from archives back into play, which would obviously in an assassin spam deck be very, very useful. So,
yeah. Project Ungaton did get scored there. We had another install on behalf of Ryan B.
Right, so control. You must use control yes. Or refresh.
Currently an array of servers here to choose from.
Project Ingaton, another one of the elevation dividends agendas, which if you over advance them, they give you something to do with that extra advancement.
Acid spam lists tend to play mostly 3/2s because you can just score them out in one turn after hiding them behind behind the shell game. Or they try to play agendas that are specifically extremely difficult to score.
Alternatively, Ryan B will also Ryan B also has 3 copies of Seamless Launch in the deck, which gives him a lot more flexibility in the sorts of agendas he can advance from. What we call that never advance, where it's on the board but it has no advancement counters on it.
Yeah, we did see it earlier with the off-rolled office. He double Seamless Launch it. He still had a click left to work with. We're getting a red level clearance here. Looks like we're taking credits from it. And a click back. Playing Measured Response. This Measured Response is for value. It will not kill. Taking 4 cards here. I think Ryan accepting that this Magdalene list is very difficult to kill.
Right.
And is just going to pick out the pieces from his hand.
With the lily pad on board, Magdalene can overdraw, install something, overdraw, discard due to hand size restrictions at the end of the turn, and then that install will trigger the lily pad drawing another card, and this is past the point in the timing when discards are required. So Magdalene would just be able to keep that 6th card in hand for the whole next turn throughout the corpse turn.
Something that was usually just done with LA as an ID, now attached to a different ID with other stronger effects.
And so the potential 6-card hand size during the corpse turn, in combination with, you'd mentioned earlier, the Stone Ship chart rooms in the deck, are going to make Mag a very difficult target to kill.
Something's supposed to happen here.
Oh, okay, actually, that does change things. That makes more sense then.
Popping the fermenter here for cash.
So you're swapping, you want to swap.
Yeah, I could rearrange one protocol from one side of the board.
Making a run here. All right.
As long as I'm adjusting only one.
Now, what cup is the agenda under?
I thought it was just swapping.
There's one part of the game that specifically says swap 2 protocols. For the most part, it's rearranged.
Ryan B indicating that card was the poetry trigger.
Communing with the spirits here.
That there, draw 1 card and maybe flip 1 card.
Card is covering a card, draw 1 card, draw 1 card.
Thinking about something here.
Yeah, I have the card out.
I learned so much here today.
It's Mr. Hendrick.
It's the 2nd of 3.
And in the shuffle one, you need to draw, but there's none.
It's in. Tom is going ahead and trashing it.
No, I didn't, because I only had 4 here.
With the Azamat there for no real credits. And looks like spending the click to duck the core damage on it.
Alright, so the clicks are gone. Mr. Andrew taking away all those clicks is very helpful with asset spam because it stops them from making multiple runs during the turn. They don't get to just play whack-a-mole with the installed assets. Doing a res here. Looks like a auto campaign. Very strong card.
I find auto campaign to be a very interesting include in these asset spam lists that have little ice because, to my eye, that's a very easy card to just go and trash for very little effort on the runner's part. So it's interesting that a lot of people have been opting to include these in their lists because they can't really successfully protect them. So my guess is they're not really counting on getting the double clicks off of it. They're just hoping to waste runners' time and money chasing it down.
Time and money, and it does pay for itself. It is essentially just a free res because you get the money back immediately. And if they do let it fester, getting the clicks back is very strong, especially in
very much so.
list. Because they decide not to trash it, now you have 2 extra clicks to install even more with.
Yeah. And that's a total of 5 clicks on the corpse turn, which means they can install in advance a 4/2 from hand if they wanted to. And that's really powerful. I don't think you can let that happen in these sorts of matchups.
No, which is just applies a bit of absent pressure on the runner. We are 4-0 currently. Not a lot on the board anymore. It's sort of thinned down a little bit. Installing another Dr. Nuga.
No, I was only experienced when
Yeah, no, that's fair. Draw 2, shift 1 card, either 2 or from this line.
Very satisfied.
Running the auto campaign and using the Azamat money to trash it.
Yep. There we go.
I didn't like the certain when I did anything to make that combo happen. It's happening.
It's annoying on Ryan's end that for Ryan rather that the Azamat's down and the auto isn't going to be draining real credits from Thomas, but it is still at least draining the Azamat credits for that round, letting the other assets on the board live a little bit longer.
Okay, that's true. I'm making another run here. What do we access? We're looking at I'm thinking about it here. Alright, it's a Spin Doctor, so we're going to res the Spin Doctor. Potentially remove it from game here to shuffle back some of the past trashed assets into R&D.
No.
Oh no, just letting him trash it. And you know what? That's perfectly fair. Letting the runner be taxed.
Yep.
When you just drew 2 cards and God knows what's in there.
Yeah, and I mean, especially if Ryan has another Spin Doctor on the table, potentially one of those 2 face downs, then he doubly doesn't care, about the other one going, because he can just use the second one to cycle the one that was just trashed back into the deck.
Yeah, I'm gonna use the May on here to not shift it. I think it's good there.
Taking some more notes here.
Play cycle 2, your opponent discards 2 cards, you rearrange the protocols.
Not getting a good view of their hands here, but I am seeing a Muse and a symbol chip here. I'm curious if he's going to try to set up his economy again, because he is down to 3 credits here with no real way of getting money on board. Yep, here's the symbol chip. Taking that install. Installing Fermenter, getting a card. There is a discount on the fermenter from DZMZ, and this was a mag delete install, so this was all for free. Taking his time to think here. I respect Ryan B a lot as a player, because if I was playing this type of list, I would just be slamming things down constantly without thinking.
Yeah, I have no finesse when playing any kind of asset spam. I see asset, I install asset.
Because that's you want the dopamine from the install. That's really all you're fishing for.
Yeah, definitely. There's another big skill to these asset spam lists is not resing everything that you install. That can be a really hard thing to learn when you're trying to figure out these decks.
Looks like we got another measured response in hand, potentially trying to set something up. Drawing here. I see another Nico campaign.
Ryan B, I think, with the fewest assets we've seen on the board since the very first turn.
Yeah, we are only at 2 installs. Crazy. Alright, install 1. Install 2. Passing along here. Upping the count on fermenter and getting the Alzimat credits back. Making a Hannah free run. Accessing another auto campaign. Using the Alzimat to trash it. Makes sense.
No, there was a moment where I'm like, it's really funny.
It looks like he's going to pop the fermenter, take the credits from it.
I thought even just having people like ping
Installing a revolver. Getting a card and a discount from the DZMZ.
Aggressive game with her. If you want to kind of do it, just use the deck, set up, normally set up.
Red level clearance. Taking 2 cards.
Good night. Thanks for all the games and all the fun times. Thanks for making the trip out. Nice to meet you. Hope to see you again. Next one. You all say you're going to get a nice day next year?
I think we're still choosing the second mode here on the red level clearance. Taking some time to think about it after drawing 2 cards.
Still pouring out there.
Getting a click back.
Alright.
Then you're going to follow you out. Huddle under.
Resing a Spin Doctor here. Still full clicks and a full hand.
I was impressed by it.
Taking a space here, trying to see how he can trick Thomas with his installs here. Installing in the remote. Is this a piece of ice? Wow. All right. Rare occasion. Resing of wage workers.
Nico.
Oh, sorry. Getting a Nico campaign trashed. My mistake.
Not the last. Oh no, you said Nico campaign.
Yeah, it was Nico campaign. Popping Spin Doctor here, looking to shuffle back a measured response. And the other Spin Doctor. Thomas with only a killer on board, not 100% if he could deal with the face down piece of ice. I'm curious what he hid behind it. He's chosen to hide nothing else.
Right, yeah.
It's a hedge fund, getting cupped.
Making sure he denies Ryan as much money as possible.
And then running HQ. Do we res here? Okay, no, we are showing our hand here. Rolling dice. Rolling 3 dice at a time to save us some time.
So Thomas getting his trigger off of the cupulation.
A little bit of a late trigger, but that's all good. Hedge fund here. Looks like a score. Okay, so we got a 2-pointer on the side of Thomas Haas and a seamless launch access.
Okay.
Trashing the Hannah here and then playing a deep dive.
Yeah.
Okay, let's look at this here. Oh, we got an agenda.
Time was called, so this is Thomas's last
7,
chance.
8. There are 2 agendas here, and there's an extra click.
Oh, dang.
Alright, so we're at 6 points. At 6 points, time's been called. There's not really a lot of time here. So use the extra click from Hannah to be able to get the second access off of deep dive.
That makes sense. Very good use of Hannah. So if that was time, yeah?
Time was called on Thomas's turn. Right now we're dealing with those agendas individually and their poetry triggers.
I see. That makes sense. And so, looking at the deck list, I think, if I'm seeing this correctly, the best that could happen here is that Ryan could tie the game.
And tying the game, what does that do for the bracket here?
That's a very good question.
All right, we're going
I
to
have
figure
never
that
been
out.
good at bracket math.
We got a little bit of bracket drama. And they're shaking on it.
Yeah.
All right.
No, and that was it. They tied up, I believe. So a very, very tense, very close game, right down to the wire.
Yeah, great game from both players
Yeah,
here.
excellent.
Awesome to see poetry in action.
Yeah. That was a very interesting game of Netrunner 2 because it felt very much like it was a very methodical chess match on both sides. So.
Okay, well, with round 5 complete, we will be back with round 6, our first final match, and it will be Solemn Storm and.
That's a good question.
We will figure that out before we get back.
So we are going to be going into the potential finals. If Ben wins this game, that is it for the tournament. If the second player wins the game, that does actually reset the bracket, and we have one more game to determine who the Colorado Megacity 2025 champion is going to be. Stay tuned. And we are back for the potential finals of the Colorado Megacity 2025. There is still the chance for a bracket reset. Right now we have Thomas, who was the winner via higher seed due to the tie last game, and Solemn Storm, who's currently undefeated the whole weekend.
I wish I was surprised by this, truly, but Solemn Storm's often undefeated. So.
Right now, we have another guest.
Hello, I'm Jay. You saw me on stream like 3 times in a row. So.
And Jay, especially well qualified to commentate on this Egg versus Maggie match.
Yes,
of course.
Yes, I would love to see Ben prove that I was bad at this matchup.
I definitely appreciated not having to change the stream icons for the factions.
Happy to help.
Looks like we got an install petty cache to start us off, and then a Dr. Nuka, and then cashing one of the counters from Dr. Nuka to draw up.
Very typical Maggie play.
Yep. Full play sets of Dr. Nuka, and they abuse it.
And they use the shit out of it, yeah. Can we swear on this stream? They abuse the crap out of it. And I will say, Solemn Storm's Alka list is very, very different than mine. I believe he's on 2 hostiles, unless I'm mistaken. So, I mean, it's still egg, doing egg things. That's Coalescence. This is another standard Maggie play.
Yeah, taking the money from it here.
Yep.
Thinking through his next turn, we have seen him follow up with spec work before, but potentially hasn't drawn into it. And we're doing a lily pad, nice.
Yep, that's I imagine a great card to see early.
Oh yeah. Resing a cohort, fantastic for AU here, and a protected cohort at that. So, so we're gonna pitch a card here in order to draw a card, gain 2 credits, and then power up your AU a little bit.
I am very excited to watch this game. Solemn Storm's been playing this idea a lot longer than me, so I'm excited to learn the tricks I should have been doing all tournament. But yeah, absolutely. Cohort Spin. It's a good card to see early too.
Yep. Install Res Spin, drawing 2 cards. Install and protecting the install here, passing back to Thomas.
Yeah. I always joke in a board state like this that I'm signing up for fully operational. People don't laugh. They don't laugh when you play eggs, so just watch out for that.
That deck is no laughing matter.
Yeah, finishing off the Nuka.
Drawing 3 here.
Again, just standard Maggie things.
Yeah. Accidental peak, so we're getting a shuffle here. Happens all the time.
Happens all the time. Happened in my game. I didn't say anything. Because I just drew. It was fine.
Getting a cut.
Alright.
Second click here. Looks like we are spec working the Coalescence. Drawing 2 cards, gaining 4 credits.
Yep. So what? That's like 10 in hand?
Looks like we got a sure gamble here. Trying to get our money up, not our funny up. Environmental testing install. And looks like we're passing back here.
Yeah.
Unless we got a Magdalene trigger.
We are going to have the Magdalene trigger. He drew so much.
Okay. Pitching a mystery card here. Sorry, our camera work is a little shoddy. Propeller install. Getting a lily pad draw. Meaning you get to end on an above full hand with 6 cards in hand.
I am not looking at Solemn Storm's list, but if it's anything like mine, it's on Tatubola and Samaxamoon. So Propeller early is a great find.
We can actually pull up the list for you.
Yeah, so one Samaxamoon and 3 Tatubola.
Okay. Okay, cool. Yeah, so Propeller's good there.
We do have full information of what the decks are playing here.
Full information, and I'm lazy, so. So Solemn Storm taking a think, I think. Install, protect, new remote.
All right.
Nope, that's just triple install. No
All
ice
right,
there.
we got the double decker installs here.
Solemn Storm, by the way, a longtime ASA group enjoyer, so very used to just abusing board space.
We'd love to see it here. We love big, wide servers.
Love it. So, expecting probably one of those to be a cohort, bladderwort.
Looks like another Dr. Nuka.
Yep. Like you said, full play set.
Yep.
So, Grant, what are you trying to say right now? Don't worry about it. It's just some tech stuff.
Great set.
Not sure why he put his hand down like that. Looked like it was a card count.
Okay. Drawing 3 here. Cashing in that first Dr. Nuka counter.
Yep. Yep. I'm curious to see what Maggie does here, because board states like this are just very intimidating. You just don't know anything that's happening, so...
We got a Bahia Bands. Where are we running here?
I would run a central just to make sure you get it. And it does look R&D shaped. Nope. Wait.
Cracking the Spin Doctor here to shuffle some cards, it looks like.
Huh. So maybe it was a Bahia Bands into Archives, just trying to crack that spin early.
Yep, putting the pressure on it. Drawing 2 cards off the Bahia Bands as well. Last game, we did see Thomas play against a asset spam list, or a more asset-focused one with Ryan B's Poetry.
Yep.
So his approach was mainly try to get his economy and then constantly attack servers.
Yep. I mean, that's a very good playstyle. Very difficult to play against as a corp, especially Maggie just has a sense of inevitability.
Mm-hmm.
Very hard to keep her down on credits and cards. One thing that Alco does have that Poetry doesn't is more chances to just hit a deep dive. Which might or might not matter, but...
Installing a fermenter here, getting the draw, getting a counter on environmental testing.
Love that fermenter art, by the way.
Yeah, it is apparently from last year's non-PC.
Oh, cool. Cool.
Getting a compilation here.
That art is from this event, by the way.
That is from Denver Zone, Alexis Spicer.
Yeah, shoutouts. Very cute little cup.
Yeah. Alright, are we getting some reses here? Let's see. Oh, doing the acid spam scooch there. Putting a hush on a face down piece of ice. Usually with Trojans you don't really want to blind them as much, but with Hush's ability you can actually move it around.
Yeah, and Hush was very good when I played against Thomas. Hush did a lot of work. I thought he was trying to get rid of Tatu. He pointed out it was more for the anemone, which is a very painful on res effect. So
yeah.
So it looks like we've popped E-testing. Yeah.
Lots of credits here.
E-testing is such a deceptive card because they can be broke and then suddenly they're back at 9.
Yep.
Sure gamble with extra steps. So we have 1 click left for Maggie, is that right? Or are we waiting on the discard?
Looks like we're going over to Ben now.
Okay.
Resing a cohort. That is 2 cohorts.
Yep.
So we're going to get a pitch for 1 to gain 2 credits to draw a card, which powers the AUCO.
Which should give us an egg trigger, or did I miscount?
And then getting the second cohort, which should now trigger the AUCO.
Yep.
Taking a look at his new draws here before making a decision on the top 3. So that means he gets to keep 2 and then pitch 1 to the bin.
I was curious, because if one of these was an agenda, cohort can be a fast advance tool, but either is not an agenda or Solemn Storm just choosing not to. Would not be surprised to just see 3 more remote servers.
Although where he's going to put those remote servers, I have no idea.
Those are secret remote servers. You don't get to see them. No, but taking some time before he just barfs out more servers.
Yeah, lots of cards to look through, lots to play here. Thomas taking some notes, looking through the deck list, and we got 3 more servers.
Let's go!
Here in the Denver meta, considering double-decker tables.
Yep. TV tray expansions, you know.
Sorry, I just started thinking too hard about 3D Netrunner, where there's some element where you can, like, run up. It's a terrible idea, but...
Alright, this is no longer a shell game and just shooting into a flock of pigeons now.
Like I said, very curious to see how Thomas handles this. Because I usually roll a dice and start running servers, but I imagine there's a better approach.
Thomas repeatedly showing off his really measured responses, if you will.
Boo! No, but
he has
correct.
not played one on stream, so
I don't believe it's in his deck, but he is very measured. This looks like a burner.
Yeah,
which
this
could
is
be
a burner run. I don't have the card count for Ben here, but this could be brutal. All right, looking at all three, there is a Fuji in there.
Yep.
So there's an agenda.
Fuji, Mindscaping, and
Tatu Bola.
Oh, that's a Tatu.
All right, so it looks like we are sending those. Oh, yeah. Where are we placing these?
I would send them probably both to the bottom and then just run hand.
Yeah. You could also top a Fuji and then access it for a steal. So it looks like we're putting both on top.
I think putting them on top of R&D
Oh,
is...
wait, one to top, one to bottom. Didn't necessarily catch which one it was. And then keeping Fuji in hand.
Because you know where it is, and this way you slow down Solemn Storm's draw a little by controlling the top of R&D, so...
Drawing 3 off of Nuka before approaching headquarters.
And then Stone Chip just being very, very diligent here. Something I found when I was playing against Thomas, he has a really good sense of when he can tank net damage and when the cards in hand are very valuable.
Okay, so let him keep the agenda. We got a Moon Pool res, so now he can pitch the Fuji, reveal potential agendas. Yes, so we got an Orbital and we got a Fuji to advance something.
Oh, I forgot. This is the Orbital list. I should look at the deck list. I'll be back.
Alright, shuffling away cards here.
Yep. So what do you think this is? Just a sting, or...?
I'm excited to see. It looks like he's actually paying 3 credits here. Oh.
getting that revolver down to shoot into the flock of pigeons, like you suggested earlier.
Very thematic card, revolver. Thomas forgetting to put counters on it again. Not. We've all done it, but.
Alright, lily pad draw here. Okay.
Okay,
so it looks like we did the moon pool shenanigans to sort of hide away.
Yep.
The Fuji.
I'm curious if this is this last click for Thomas?
I believe that was. I believe this was a mag instead.
Okay. It's a very good turn for Solemn Storm then.
Yeah, it's going to be a good turn for Solemn Storm. Thomas did run last click there, but he had a full hand, so ended up not worrying too much.
Yeah. The Solemn Storm has the option here to use both cohorts to advance whatever that is.
Yep, cohort is live.
Cohort is very live right now.
Yep, there are 2 face downs in archives, which is exactly the amount that you need.
Considering a res, that's a bladder wart.
Nice.
Presumably just for value. It's actually a protected bladder wart, which is a little interesting. And Reaper function.
Okay, what are we setting up here?
So we know Solemn Storm's hand, so he doesn't have the end of the line kill, and he doesn't have Oppo or anything.
So we're doing Reaper function damage first. There's a DZMZ.
It's possible that we're just doing the damage to get the A counters and just try to sort of break the R&D lock that we found ourselves in. Which, I mean, seems good, just on paper.
Okay, so it was a bladder wart damage, not a Reaper function damage just yet.
Okay. The funniest part about playing Outcome, maybe the only funny part, is how many triggers you can do before you make your mandatory draw.
Taking time to think here. There is a lot going on.
Yeah. doing the classic asset spam of what are these cards actually.
Mm-hmm.
The middle of the turn is an appropriate time to do the mandatory draw, I think.
Revealing the 2 cards here to place the 2 advancement counters off of the cohort. I didn't fully see, but we do see a predicted planogram now.
Planogram, a nice little include in this list. Just a very good utility card. Thomas popping the Stone Chip, just being uber sure not to die here.
Doing a petty cash. It is free right now.
Yep.
Reaper function staying on board.
That's an interesting play, actually. And there's a
FUT. Okay. Putting the last advancement counter on what looks like a Fuji Acid Retrieval.
A Fuji Acid Retrieval. That's going to be 3 total damage. So let's see what we get.
I believe it is 2 damage. FUT not live yet. Or oh no, never mind.
Yeah, well, it's 2 from Fuji and then the 1 from FUT.
Okay.
Just moving Reaper function, it's probably fine.
Acid spam shuffle.
I will say, resin and leaving a Reaper function is a very interesting play here.
Potentially trying to intimidate the runner here.
Yeah.
Spin Doctor, draw 2.
Install new remote.
Alright, last click, install.
Okay.
We do have a judge on hand and observing the game if anything were to go wrong, so we're going to trust the players here.
Yep. And I would say Luke was pretty good during my game about just catching missed triggers. Which is good because this game has a lot of triggers. Just egg things.
Alright, so we have a kind of a tense turn for Thomas here. I'm curious. His draw engine is mostly gone. Was used up after the last turn.
Yep.
A Yuko trigger happening next turn with a Reaper function. We do have Bladder Warts.
Yeah. And I think this is the real strength of Solemn Storm's list, is just the ability to present a lot of problems at once. Leaving a FUT on the board can be absolutely disastrous. So
FUT with a power counter on it currently.
Yeah. I mean, that's how I got here, was by killing people with FUT. So.
If he chooses to res anything that costs money, Bladder Wart will be live, so that is an extra net damage.
Yep.
Just a lot to deal with here. Economy not looking too great in the face of all these assets.
Yeah.
In any other situation, 6 credits would actually be fine.
Yeah, so Thomas taking a bit of a think here. I think very fair.
We do have 2/3 of a breaker rig currently up.
And there is a fermenter, so there's a little bit of like secret money. Solemn Storm on a virus, one of
taking 2 draws here.
That is a simul chip in hand. So potential to go just fetch an Azamat.
Has the last breaker, so you could draw off of Lily Pad if you wanted to.
Yeah. A lot of options here. Very curious to see where he goes. Sorry, I just keep looking at the Res Reaper function and laughing. That's such a... Maybe it is just intimidation, just a show of force.
This is like, I could.
I could.
Yeah, I could.
If Maggie were to end her turn on less than 2 cards, you know?
Thomas, you're working to unseat Solemn Storm, the Juggernaut. He's gone undefeated through the entire both days of matches, and is the Colorado player in the final match. So Thomas also dealing with that disadvantage of being away from home.
Yeah.
Yeah, Winston here, agent sent from the Logic Bomb team to try and disrupt the Denver meta, performing very well.
At this point, doing a pretty good job.
Yeah, a fantastic
knocking
job.
people out of the top 8 left and right.
Left and right.
Yeah, fantastic player.
I mean, disrupting by playing the same decks as most of us, but still knocking us out. So it looks like there's a cohort trash, getting rid of that Reaper function, and passing?
We can hardly blame him for using our tools against
another
us.
Reaper function, paying the 3 to res here.
Getting for the bladder wart.
Yep.
So...
Is there another server over there off the screen? No, those were credits. Okay.
Yeah. So getting money from Bladder Wart, dealing a damage here. That's a ping. Alright, the pinhole threading. Very good card to snipe out of the hand.
Yep. Thomas was very deliberately holding those through our game, so he could always get
Cracking
to...
the Reaper function, I smell a kill.
This might be. Deep
two,
dive,
hit
love
the
to
deep
see
dive,
it.
hit
Stone
the
chip's
stone
also
chip,
a good
amazing.
hit. So it looked like...
There is a symbol chip, so there's an extra card that he could draw if he pops the symbol chip to get something else and trigger the lily pad.
So what can Solemnstorm score here? Does he have a way... Sting would do 3 total damage right now?
Alright, now we're doing a Yuko.
Is that 2 in hand for Maggie?
Yes, currently 2 in hand. 2 in hand, potential 3.
Potentially 3 with the simul chip.
Mm-hmm.
Did you catch, has he already triggered the cohort? Because there is an unknown face down, it looks like.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he's triggered the cohort yet. Couldn't really make that out, but it looks like he's drawing for turn. Okay, so cohort was triggered. I believe he used it to gain credits.
Yeah, I believe so too. I just wanted to double check.
It'd be fun to see if we could do one just for our H for heart, D for dagger heart.
I'm stressed watching this game. I can only imagine.
Me too. Alright, we got an install here. First click.
Shocking. And it looks like there is a simul chip pop after that install.
Okay, getting coalescence. Trying to load up on cash and cards here.
Yeah, taking the time, double checking the heap, making sure there's not a better option.
Looks like he threw away a propeller. Not a lot of faith in his breakers. Oh, reinstall here. Okay, so no coalescence, just reinstalling a propeller and loading it up
just
again.
flickering the propeller.
Alright, 3 cards in hand, but I believe that's all that he can draw. There is a moon pool.
Moon pool?
Oh. Okay, so we are showing...
I believe Sting is not lethal here.
2 agendas. Okay, putting 2 advancement counters, shuffling it away. Advancing here. And a Sting.
Okay.
So we're going to do some damage. In the FUT 1, 2, 3. Okay.
Okay. Losing the simul chip is a big deal, as is losing the DZ. The DZ actually a huge part of the Econ engine. So
it looks like the plan from Ben here is to try to grind him down.
Yeah.
So you can't have enough cards. I mean, the deck is starting to look a little thin.
Yeah. Now that is the downside of Maggie's aggressive draw engine, is eventually run out of draw engines. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, Solemnstorm still with a click left too.
Oh, I see.
Be a hell of a time for a Blood in the Water.
Oh yeah.
Not in Solemnstorm's list. It was in my list and I never scored it, so I'm just being bitter on May. But
getting a credit here and passing.
Yeah, reasonable.
Yeah. Going up to 4 on the fermenter. Looks like we're clicking to draw. Clicking to draw. Let me guess.
Clicking to draw.
Oh, maybe. Maybe not.
Thinking about it.
Thinking
Possibly
about it.
drew a Nuka or something. I believe we've seen 2 Nukas.
Yeah, you do go positive on cards if you did find the 3rd Nuka. I do see an SMC. Okay, another counter on FUT.
We do have the MU for an SMC. No, we don't. I mean, we could crack
We
the
need a
fermenter,
DCMC.
but
yes, something can leave. You can also over-install something that you don't like.
yeah, but you do have a nearly guaranteed net damage coming from the Bladderwort.
Storm getting a shout out in stream chat for his excellent nails.
His nails always look so good. I appreciate that about him. Okay, putting foot in the cup. And then cracking fermenter.
Yeah, makes sense. 2 cards in hand, a little bit spicy, but we'll see how the game plans out. I don't think there's any setup for a kill right now.
Not with, I mean...
there's a Bladderwort hitting the SMC.
SMC is a hard lose. So, the cohort will put Solemn Storm up to 4 credits, which I don't believe is enough for any shenanigans.
Yeah. No face down assets, so no surprise Reaper functions.
Yeah, no surprise Reaper functions, no surprise Moonpool advances.
So we're clearing some cards here.
Still a very brave move from Thomas to just calmly go down to 1 card against Alco.
Alright, we are getting are we skipping the Alco trick?
Possible. It is possible to deck yourself with Alco, so maybe there's a time for moderation, but...
No, I wouldn't know it.
I mean, neither would I. But that's why I lost in Solemn Storms here, I guess.
A triple install and say go.
I always describe this as install, stare at the runner real hard.
What was that about moderation you were saying earlier?
No need to fish for cards if you have the cards.
Yeah.
Alright, so it looks like there's some face downs here in archives. It's kind of fiddling with a little bit.
Yep.
Checking what's removed. Yeah. Alright, thank you guys.
Laying
Appreciate
that
it.
out very well for us, thank you. Let me check how many moon pools this list is on.
I believe it's on 3.
I believe you're right.
Yeah, 3 moon pools.
3 moon pools. So, 1 still in the game. Moonpool, of course, a very powerful fast advance tool. Noted. Okay, so Solemn Storm is almost above the Bladderwort threshold, but still very capable of firing that off.
Yeah. I'm interested to see if Thomas wants to run archives this turn. There is a Spin Doctor on board, so it is safe. But, alright, we're going AR Harmony Therapy. I have not seen that card all day.
Yeah, I mean, I sniped it because I'm very good in that.
And that's game.
Wait, really?
Yes.
Damn.
He had the setup here. Alright, congratulations to Ben Solemn Storm for getting the AUCO kill at the end of day 2 of the Colorado Megacity 2025. Thank you everybody that tuned in to watch. Thank you everybody that showed up. We really appreciate you guys.
Thanks to Lucifer for organizing the tournament. Thanks to Wigglestick for all of the organizing that he did. All of our prize cards he printed. Thanks to Yancey for doing all of the commentary here on the stream along with me.
Yeah, thanks to you. Good job.
Thanks to Neuralshock, Justin Henkels for his alt arts. Thanks to Alexis Spicer for her alt arts.
Want to give a shout out to our guest commentators. We had Wiggled Stick and Zay on some occasions.
I just
here.
did a piece on that you can't see, but happy to be here.
I want to give a shout out to Ryan for doing a bunch of work to get this not only funded, but getting everything printed and stuff for the event. And thank you for our out-of-staters for driving or flying all the way out here to compete in our event.
Yeah. It was wonderful to have you.
And
nothing from me. We're good to.
All right, that's all, folks. You have a good rest of your night.
Yeah, see you around.